And lastly, there was Plains of Eidolon Hotfix 22.8.2. Now, there was nothing really important besides a few changes to the Quartak, which increased the size of the actual weapon when wielded, also adding a 0.5 meter punch through to the weapon, and adding a ragdoll to the enemies' bodies upon their death. As for the changes in the update, they improved the way that lobbies work in Cetus and the Plain. They've also reduced the number of codex scans required for the ghoul targets to 3. They've improved navigation and pathing behavior for the dropships in the plains, and they gave the Sonic Core a bit of oomph back from it. Hotfix 22.8.3 as well as Hotfix 22.8.4. So you can now replay the Apostasy Prologue quest in your codex. They've also made it so you can now properly waypoint dropped weapon parts and blueprints, which means no longer marking a weapon and then it just marks with marker 1. They've also doubled the size of the pickup radius for Cetus Wisps, and they've reduced Vayhex Zap magnetic status to not drain energy completely. As for the Plague Kripath Zor Strike, it will now use the default rapier holster when using a one-handed Zor grip. The Itzel Penumbra, which is the second ability for the Itzel, will now turn off sprint toggle so you don't immediately go out of your cloak. As for the Plains of Eidolon sorties, they've made it so it'll be in a string of 3 encounters instead of what it was previously. And then we have another great quality of life improvement, and that is allowing us to rebuild the same item in your foundry over and over again once you've completed the first one without having to type in the name. So, say you're building an energy pizza, you won't have to type in energy pizza and keep clicking it, it'll just now pop up at the top of the queue once you've redeemed that item. Anyway, they've also made improvements towards the dynamic sky in the Plains of Eidolon, just to reduce the lens flare popping from the sun. They've made improvements towards enemy navigation through the Corpus Ice Planet Defense Tile set. They've replaced the Jupiter-Saturn junction requirement of defeat the Raptors on Europa with a new challenge, complete Bale on Europa, because apparently a number of players were having difficulty actually killing junctions, thus halting their progress. They've also tweaked the brightness and visibility of Frost Snow Globe in the plains at night, and when browsing your Warframes or weapons in the Equip Arsenal section, it'll now show the currently equipped skin instead of the basic model. We also have some changes to text colors that will pop up in spy missions as well as bounties, but the main focus of this hotfix, in my opinion, was the changing of Warframe part drop locations. So, what they did was they moved Excalibur, who is a starter frame, from one of the last nodes on the star chart to Mars, which means Frost will now move to Ceres, and because Trinity was located on Ceres, Trinity will now go to Pluto. That is the major parts of it. As usual, the fixes for both this update, so Hotfix 22.8.3 and Hotfix 22.8.4 will be on the screen right now. You can read them here or you can check them out on the forum post. But with that little section out of the way, let's go over update 22.9. Now the main focus of this update is of course TennoGen Round 11 and the first release of the 3 collections that will be coming out over the span of the next month. So what's included in the first round of TennoGen Round 11? Well, we have 2 Syandanas, the Pitris Syandana by Stench Fury and the Cryona Syandana by LED 2012. There's 5 Warframe skins, Hydroid's Poseidon skin by Stench Fury, Rhino's Mastodon skin by Volbjorn and the Graphical Walrus. We have the Vauban Grak skin by Favin, the Saryn Nepella skin by Lakino, and the Wukong Armand skin by Rekau. Now there's also 3 weapon skins and a Warframe helmet. So the weapon skins include the Four Seas Polearm skin by Stench Fury, the Galatine Majesty skin by Protozan, and the Darrow Sword skin by Lakinu. And as for the Warframe helmet, that goes to Oberon's Ferosh helmet by Malu and the Grimrock. Now I probably got all those content creators' names wrong, but whatever. Now as for the main changes and additions, we have the War Within choice scene coming to Captura. So if you've completed the War Within, you'll already have it in your Captura selection screen. And as for those who don't, you'll have to complete the War Within in order to have this scene unlocked. Now, they've also added a block damage statistic onto melee weapons, so you can see how much damage a weapon blocks. Now, they also made some changes to the market. They've removed the Home tab and renamed it to Categories, and they've added an arrow instead of a drop-down icon, and renamed the first category in the drop-down menu to Featured. And they've also added categories into the TennoGen section of the market with helmets, Warframe skins, weapon skins, landing craft, and Syandanas. Now they've also made some changes to the Quartark. They've converted the weapon to a burst fire that fires all 4 rounds at the same time instead of the previous semi-auto fire mode. They've increased the fire rate to 12.67. They've increased the accuracy from 58.8 to 90.9, and they've reduced the damage from 51 to 26. Now as for the other changes in the update, they've increased the Stubber's ammo pool from 285 to 399. The Sarper and Redeemer's trace distance has been reduced to 300 meters to match the rest of the non-sniper weapons, and they've updated the description of Nullstar to reflect the damage reduction that it gives per particle. Now they've also replaced a vaulted relic that would show up in the daily tribute reward system, and they've made it so spearfishing spears can now kill Kondroks and Karakas on the plains of Eidolon. As for the fixes, they're up on the screen, you can check them out now, or you can head over to the forum post and read them there. Here we have update 22.10. Now the main focus of this update, since it is a mainline update, is of course quality of life improvements. But on top of the quality of life improvements, there is content for players who just don't want the fixes. And to start that off, there is the Mesa Deluxe skin and collection. Now the skin you can purchase for 165 platinum in the in-game market, or you can purchase the collection, which comes with the Perla pistol skin, the deluxe skin for Mesa, as well as the Constella Syndana for 225 plat. Now besides just the cosmetic stuff, there is the 3 new augments that were showcased in Primetime 193. Now there's only 3 because, as I said in a previous video, Equinox's has been cancelled and is being completely reworked in terms of design and effects. So to start off, we have Titania's Razorwing Blitz, which at max rank will allow players to increase their flight speed and fire rate by 25% for 8 seconds when using an ability. Now this can stack up to 4 times, with that bonus going up to 100% fire rate and movement speed. And you can pick this augment up at the new Loka or Red Veil. Moving on, we have Harrow's Lasting Covenant. Now at max rank, this will allow players to increase their critical chance duration on Covenant by 3 seconds for every headshot kill that they get. Now this augment can be picked up at Red Veil or the Arbiters of Hexus. As for our third and final augment, we have Larvae Burst, which will allow players to reactivate Larvae to then detonate it and deal 300 toxin damage in a 5 meter radius, and this damage will stack based on how many enemies are caught within the initial cast. And you can pick this augment up at the Parent Sequence or the Steel Meridian. And just before I continue, I saw a couple of people complaining that it's no longer viral damage and they changed it without notice, which they did give us notice about. They did say in the stream that these augments are subject to change, and basically it's common sense because it was the development build. Anyway, moving on, we have additions. Now they've added a reusable blueprint for converting intact Sentinel cores into exceptional sentient cores. Now this blueprint can be purchased from Onco in Cetus, but that will require the War Within's quest completion. They also added back the option to inspect players' profiles and stats while in the Relay or Cetus just by walking up to them and interacting with them. They also made it so the Terrorlist now has a new purple shield bar that will appear above the health bar just to inform players on how much shields the Terrorlist actually has. They've provided players with the option to purchase one Former or the Former bundle when they've run out of Former and want to upgrade and Former a weapon. So that'll show up with one Former, 3 Former bundle, or cancel the purchase entirely. They've also added filters to the fish inventory screen at Hilux Shop in Cetus, with small, medium, or large fish. They've added distinct icons for elevator controls when going up or down, and they've also increased the speed of some of the elevators in the game. On top of that, they've allowed players the ability to decide who will send them friend requests by simply going into your options menu and choosing from the 3 options that are there. They've also allowed players to see how many of a given mod you own when you click on a linked mod in a chat. They've added a time of day text to the free roam node for the Plains of Eidolon. They've added the ability to replay the A Man of a Few quest and Stolen Dream quest. They've added a small delay when transitioning to jog and run after firing a weapon. They've added a separate category for sentient and Eidolon kills in your profile stats. They've added each type of fish from the Plains of Eidolon into your codex. They've added defend icons to Eidolon lures in the Plains of Eidolon, which will turn blue when the lure is fully charged. They've also added options to flip horizontal and vertical artwork in your display customization window. They've added 4 new Grenier asteroid capture and loot rooms, as well as a new capture objective room. They've added a settings option for enabling and disabling hit sounds, as well as adding a Kuva count label under the confirm button when attempting to re-roll a Riven. After that, we have two changes coming to Vayhek. Now, his first one is making it so you can now damage up to 25% of his total health, which was previously 10% while his propaganda drone is active, which apparently will reduce the time of waiting around, which is a big fucking issue when it comes to Vayhek. And they've also reduced the base armor of Vayhek in his Terra frame from 225 armor to 200. After that, there's three changes with the ghoul bounties. First off, they've heard your feedback, and as stated in This Week in Warframe, the Grineer lore fragments have had an increase to their drop percentage in the bounty rewards. Also, they've made it so the Grineer lore fragments now drop from the Grineer ghoul units themselves, and to increase the incentive for the ghoul bounties, they've also added 19 Cetus Wisps and the Breath of the Eidolon to the drop tables of those bounties. Moving on to changes, which there's a lot. They've made it so Equinox's Nightform men now regenerate shields of allies as enemies are killed within its range. They've increased the drop chance of intact sentient cores from Vomvalus to 100%. They've updated the description of the Quath Grip to properly inform people on its stats. They've updated the description on Zor balances to say Link instead of the counterweight. They've removed the Mastery Rank 2 requirement from the Mark 1 Furus. They've updated the design council tips that appear in the top right hand side of the loading screen. They've made it so bounties are now mastery rank tiered in Cetus, with the example shown that the second bounty requires mastery rank 1, the third bounty mastery rank 2, and so on. They also made it so when the acolytes go live, players will be able to see them in the world state panel only once they've completed Vor's prize. Eidolon lures will now follow both Warframe or Operator rather than just the Warframe. Warframe specters are now much smarter. They've worked on the intelligence of the AI system, and now they're much more effective with their weapons, and they've also made it so their power casting logic is a lot better. Now what they said, this is a quote, virtually every power is now castable with only a few exceptions. Specters cannot cast the following abilities: Vauban's Mind Layer, Avara's Zipline, Titania's Razorwing, Necros's Desecrate, and Shadows of the Dead, Excalibur's Exalted Blade, Valkyr's Hysteria, Wukong's Primal Fury, Cloudwalker and Defy, Atlas's Petrify and Tectonics, Limbo's entire kit, and finally Zephyr's Dive Bomb. So there's a little update to Spectres for those who use them. Moving on, security cameras now trigger more intelligently, so they'll probably spot us a lot more. They've improved the UI on defection missions by having instruction text, aligning objectives, and better color coding for defector icons. They've increased the duration of the duality augment for Equinox to be 10 seconds at max rank. The second dream now has 2 volts instead of the 3 during the first spy mission. They have disabled Stalker, Arc Traps, and random transmissions during some quest missions. And instead of redundantly showing both fire rate and charge rate on bows, they now hide fire rate unless they're comparing to a non-bow weapon. They've changed the background on selected Tenno customizations to be the same white as when selecting customizations from the arsenal. They have improved toggle sprint so that sprinting stops less often. Standing in place with sprint key down no longer causes the sprint posture. When a player tries to sell their last sentinel, a more informative message will appear to explain why it can't be sold. The Soma chord now continues playing where you left off when you return to your orbiter. The Soma chord tones will now have their own marker icon when waypointing and finding one in a mission. They've removed the kill unalerted enemies or hack one terminal challenges from the Law of Retribution and Jordas Verdict raid. The War Within choice scene has been changed to be untradeable. They've tweaked the Cryonis Iondana default tint colors to better match the original Steam Workshop image. They've increased the health of the Loki Spectre in the Neptune Junction on Uranus. They've removed Equip Sound from the Fishing Spear. They've changed the wording of Disable Sniper Scopes to Use Sniper Scopes. They've increased the follow radius of the drone in the drone hijack incursion from 30 meters to 50 meters. They've lowered the health of Grineer auto turrets from 1250 to 1100. They also lowered the health from 650 to 550 and armor from 100 to 75 on the big dropship turret. They've tweaked the wording of the landing craft menu. They've renamed place decorations to just decorate, and they've renamed customize interior to interior colors, as well as flipping those two in the menu. They also made it so the Nox enemies will now react when damaged by a stealth attack. Operators will now automatically go back into void mode after a void blast if crouch is still being held. They've replaced the old damaged Lisette ship in Vor's Prize cinematic with a new damaged version. And finally, the sabotage missions on Settlement, Shipyard, and Gas City tile sets now have 2 stages. Their fixes are of course on the screen, or the link to the full forum post will be in the description. You can read it here or you can read it there. Let me know what you think about the augments, all these quality of life changes, as well as the Mesa Deluxe skin in the comments section below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Now, what I didn't mention in that update video, because they didn't put it into the patch notes, is that the Arca Plasmor has received a nerf, and that is, of course, to its critical damage on headshot. So what they did, you can read the full paragraph if you want, but just to summarize, they made it so the critical damage from a headshot does not multiply. It does not have the multiplier on it, and therefore it just has the base critical damage. But there is currently a bug at the moment of recording where any headshot damage is now 0. So that is of course a bug, and it'll probably be fixed in a future update. So if you want to read the full post regarding the Arca Plasmor change, it's up on the screen, or you can... After that, there was Hotfix 22.10.1, which just fixed vacuum because it was broken for a couple of hours, as well as removed 3 unreleased mods from the mod pack transmutation system. Now, if you didn't see Reddit, these mods consisted of Air Blast, with a placeholder name of course, which decreased projectile impact damage and increased explosion damage. The second was Moab, which decreased projectile flight speed and increased impact and explosion damage, with that plus 24% blast radius, and the final was Fuse, which increased the magazine capacity and fire rate with a plus 24% blast radius, with Fuse being specifically for the Ogress. Moving on, there was Hotfix 22.10.2, which actually included a mining buff. So in this buff, they made it so now you have a 15% chance of getting a rare gem just from being super accurate, with that bonus increasing by 3% for every filled gem icon that you have in your mining HUD. So there's a little buff in regards to that. The previous stats were 10% as a base chance and 2% per filled gem icon. Besides that, they increased the specter ability cooldowns, and there was fixes of course. Now the next topic is updates. First off, there's Hotfix 22.10.3, which decreased the time between bounties, so you no longer have to wait around. They also fixed a number of issues and made a few more changes. We have another update, and that is of course update 22.11. Now we do have TennoGen Round 11 Part 2 of 3, because of course they did split up the full round of TennoGen 11 into 3 separate parts. So moving on, we have Octavia's Diva skin by Lakinu, we have Oberon's Wendigo skin by Volbjorn and the Graphical Walrus, Harrow Grax by Favin, we have Excalibur Corpora by Frelling Hasmot, Trinity Nightess by Rakau, the Saryn Velenosa skin by Hitsa-san, Inaros' Kefri alternate helmet by LED 2012, the Corona Syandana by Hitsa-san, Tanaka Syandana by Master Noob, Diva's Polearm skin by Lakinu, and the Tengaken Heavy Blade by Beast Buster. Moving on to additions, we have the ability to purchase the Moat Amp blueprint from Onko's inventory, just in case you sold yours and you want it back. They've added the ability to link your custom-made Zors into the chat just by typing their name. They've also added subcategories into the object section of your codex with resources, Iatan, and miscellaneous. And they've also added glyphs for the Inaros Canopic alternate helmet, the Avara Zarastra alternate helmet, and the Wukong Makuk alternate helmet. So there's 2 glyphs for each of those alternate helmets. Moving on, we have some mining additions and changes. They've added some sound effects and custom sounds to specific sections of mining, whether you got a perfect mine or just 3 out of the X amount of gems. And on the topic of gems, they've made it so the gem count will stay there for the full duration of mining, and they've made it so the mining outline will stay there for a full 8 seconds while you're cutting. And they've also reduced the accuracy required to get a perfect mining extraction, which means you don't have to be as close to the line as you did before. As for changes, they've made it so the final stage of all the bounties will now reward an item from Tier 1 or Tier 2 instead of Tier 0, 1 or 2. They've reduced the value of the Moat Amp when selling it for credits to 2,500. They've improved the Specter's firing logic during the hold position, and they've also improved the fire rate of the Mesa Specter when it's using Peacemaker. They've made a few sound optimizations as well, and they've also made it so Mastery Rank locked items will now display the exact Mastery rank that you can actually get it at, instead of just saying Mastery locked, And you can also preview your custom Zor builds from Hock in Cetus and Amps from Onco in Cetus, just by selecting the parts that you don't own, and then it will show up with the exact stats of the items that you selected. Now keep in mind that it will only show the stats if you've selected all 3 of the items. Moving on, we have fixes, and as usual they are up on the screen. You can read them here, or you can just read them over at the forum thread. A link to it will be in the description. The Prime Vault is now open as of the 6th of February 2018, as promised by DE. Now the primes included in this Prime on vaulting, if you did not know, is Ember, Loki, and Frost Prime. Now they'll be coming with the Sycoris Prime, the Bow Prime, and the Reaper Prime, as well as the Latron Prime, Glaive Prime, Worm Prime, and a few Prime accessories such as the Summus Prime Sentinel accessories, the Demand Prime Sugatra, the Pyra Prime Syndana, the Titan Extractor Primes if you want that, and the Mesa Prime Syndana, as well as Platinum, and each Prime's respected glyphs. Now the Prime Vault will be open up until the 6th of April 2018, so you have 2 months exactly to farm for these items. Now in order to farm for the items, you will of course have to do Cetus bounties, so Plains of Eidolon bounties, because for some reason they have yet to change it, even though a number of the player base can't even run Plains of Eidolon even after a number of optimizations. So for players doing that, the only other way you can get them is the Syndicate Relic packs, or of course Trade Chat. Or you can just purchase it from the Prime Vault. There are your 4 options. Now those are subject to change. They may add in another option, such as adding them back into the normal drop tables, like they have done in previous Prime Vaults. Obviously their reasoning is up on the screen if you want to read it, or you can check out the full video that I uploaded earlier today that had the full announcement regarding the Cetus bounties only dropping the Prime Vault relics. But anyway, those are your options regarding the Prime Vault. If you want to do it, that's up to you. Personally, I'm not going to. But moving on to changes that came in this hotfix, and they are that they've updated the textures for the Trinity Nightess skin. That is the TennoGen skin that came out in TennoGen Round 11 Part 2. They've improved the lighting in the market diorama, and followers such as specters, rescue targets, etc. will no longer cancel a charging weapon if they switch targets while charging the weapon. As for fixes, they're up on the screen. You can read them here, or you can head over to the forum post and read them there. So here we are with update 22.12. So starting this section off, we'll go over the additions. So they've added drivable dungeons into the game. You can find these around Grenier bases on the Plains of Eidolon. It's only in the Plains of Eidolon as well. You can find the dungeons there, and they'll have 2 dungeon pilots somewhere nearby, and as soon as they spot you, they'll start running towards these dungeons. Now you'll need to kill them or just hop into the dungeon before they get there, and then you'll be able to drive the dungeon. Now, at the moment, these dungeons are rather weak in terms of damage and health, but hopefully we will see these buffed in the future of the game. Moving on, DE also added the Gauntlist and the Hydralist into the game. Now, I don't have footage of the fight or the enemies themselves, I only have the pictures that you're seeing on the screen. Basically, they're larger versions of the Terrorlist that we currently have, just with different moves and a different color set. So there'll be a link in the description with a full rundown of someone's post on Reddit just telling you how to spawn them. Now moving on, there's also another 2 things regarded to Terrorlist. They've made a matchmaking bounty system for Terrorlist hunting. So during the nighttime of the game, you'll have Eidolon Hunt Terrorlist and Eidolon Hunt Terrorlist Gauntlist and Hydralist, which hopefully makes it easier for players to find each other and find a good squad when farming the Eidolons. So there's that for you. That'll only show up during nighttime. Also, Riven Transmutation. They've added that into the game, but sadly it's only tied to the Hydralist and it being captured, and it is still consumable, which is, you know, I think that's stupid, but you can leave what you think in the comments below. Moving on, we have extra additions to the game. They've made it so the companion incubator will no longer kill your pets when they run out of health or integrity, and for players that bought the upgrade for the incubator when that was a thing, you will now have a permanent discount for DNA stabilizers. They used to cost $75,000 for each player that owned that incubator segment, and now they will cost $5,000 only for the people that had that incubator segment purchased for them. Now they also added categories to Hock's store for different Zor parts and Arcanes, just so you can navigate through his store easier. you can now buy up to 10 loadout slots. So if you've already purchased 5 before the update, you'll only be able to 5 as the maximum is currently 10 if you didn't understand that. They've added a new subcategory in the market for Archwing weapons. You can now see your customized operator in the diorama previews when purchasing items such as in Onko's stores. They've made it so operator Arcanes are now listed in the Arcane section of the codex. They've added a toggle between gilded and non-gilded crafted weapons, and they've also made sound adjustments into the game, such as boosting the bass and overall sound design of a number of weapons in the game. Now moving on to the main changes. Now this will be a long segment of the video. If you already seen the This Week in Warframe video where I covered the Warframe changes, you'll probably hear a lot of reoccurring stuff and changes regarding these Warframes, but there is different ones compared to when that first developer workshop was posted. But before I get into those changes, if you log into Warframe before the 17th of February, you will receive a Former bundle which comes with 3 Former, a 3-day affinity booster, and an Exless mod adapter just to help you reformer some of your Warframes that have changed completely. Also, there's some general changes in terms of nullifiers and certain Warframe abilities that are separate to each individual frame's changes. So they've stated that when interacting with nullifiers, power-created avatars such as Atlas's Rumblers, Necros' Shadows of the Dead, and other such abilities will have their health drained instead of it instantly disappearing, which is pretty cool and something that I personally have been wanting in the game for a while, so that's a good change in my opinion. Now as for what I said about certain Warframe abilities, well, Ember's Fireball, Zephyr's Tailwind, and Hydroid's Barrage and Tentacle Swarm will now have their own little charge circle that will show you how much of the ability has been charged when you're charging it up. Now onto the major changes. Starting it off, we have Ash. Upon activating Bladestorm, you can now roam while your Ash clones will be killing those marked targets. But of course, if you do want to join into the cutscene action, you can still do so just by using your teleport on one of the marked enemies. They've also reduced the energy cost of Bladestorm's marks. It'll be 12 energy when you're visible and you've marked an enemy, and then 6 energy if you're invisible. Moving on, we have Atlas, which has one of the major reworks of this update. Starting it off, we have Landslide. Now, they've increased the contact radius of it at max rank from 1.5 meters to a simple 2 meters, and they've also made it so killing petrified enemies with Landslide will generate bonus rubble. Now, what is rubble? Well, it's the new mechanic tied to Atlas. So, when you use Petrify on a bunch of enemies and kill them using one of his abilities, or just by killing them, they will drop rubble. Now this rubble will either regenerate his health if he doesn't have full health available to him, or it will increase his armor for a short duration of time, which will then decay over that period of time that's left. They've also made Petrify a single cast ability instead of a channel, so you won't have this giant field of energy covering your screen when using Atlas's Petrify anymore. It'll just be a single cast that'll instantly petrify the enemies. They've also made it so you can increase the rolling velocity and damage of tectonics, as well as heal your rumblers if you do cast Petrify onto those abilities. Petrified enemies will now take increased damage from all sources, as well as making it so the Gaze augment will now be 25% effective at max rank. As for his 4th ability Rumblers, while casting them, it'll create an AoE effect around Atlas that will instantly petrify enemies that are within the casting range. Now, Rumblers will also create rubble when they expire, which will be based on how much health is left of those Rumblers, and that will only be when that ability runs out, not when they die. Moving on from Atlas, we have Banshee. Now, the only changes coming to Banshee will be Resonating Quake, which is her 4th ability augment. Now, they've made it so it's a single cast ability that will allow you to move freely, but it'll be an extremely low duration, and that wave will only hit enemies once. Moving on, we have changes to Chroma, specifically his Vex armor and his Spectral Scream. So starting it off with Chroma, we have Spectral Scream. So what they've done here, they've allowed us to cast it while moving. They've given us free movement, there's no more walk speed and jump restrictions, and they've also made it so you can cast other abilities while using that ability as well. Now, as for Vex armor, this is a very controversial change. Personally, I think it's fucking stupid that they've only done it now, but it is understandable. So what they did was make it so Vex armor will now scale off of the base armor of Chroma. They've also made Vex armor a recastable ability, as well as an aura, so that teammates around you can reap the benefits of Vex armor. Moving on, once again, we have Ember. Now this is another controversial change, and something I've seen a lot of people complaining about since they have ruined her survivability. So first up to Fireball. The ability can now be held down and charged for additional damage, and upon impact, the Fireball will leave behind a napalm-like flame that damages enemies. As for Fire Blast, it will now add heat damage to weapons that fire through it. As for World on Fire, that's the major change to Ember, and as it states, 5 seconds after casting, a percentage of the damage will begin counting up on the ability icon, and as this percentage scales from 0% to 100% over the next 10 seconds after casting, the ability's energy cost and damage dealt both grow to double, but the ability radius shrinks to half, which has killed her survivability at high levels a lot. Moving on, once again, we have changes to Gara, specifically her Mass Vitrify. They've made it so the wall will scale based on health and shields of the enemies it glasses over, so the enemies caught within the initial cast, and the minimum value per target is affected by strength and armor. And they've made it so health gained by Mass Vitrify will be shown in the UI display. We then have changes to Hydroid, specifically Tidal Surge and Undertow. Enemies that are hit by Tidal Surge and Undertow will now be kept within the abilities and will not be flown out. Then we have Mirage. Mirage's Eclipse duration has been buffed and now matches Hall of Mirrors at max rank. So what they did to Banshee a while back. As for Mag, they increased the base energy pool of her normal frame to 125 energy, and for the Prime version it is now 175. Now outside of energy changes, polarized shards that are created by the ability will now scale based on power strength, as well as the percentage of the damage done to that specific enemy. They've also reworked the polarized augment. It will now make it so weapons hit by polarize are jammed for 4 seconds, and robotic enemies hit by polarize are disabled for 4 seconds. So Mag is now kind of like a radiating disarm Loki. Now as for Crush, the animation itself has been sped up, and each stage of Crush will now emit a shield heal, which will restore shields to nearby allies per damage instance, and that shield restore will be based on the number of enemies affected by the initial cast of Crush. Got a few more changes to Warframes. With Rhino, they've reduced the amount of impulse caused by the Iron Shrapnel augment, just to avoid enemies being sent off into the far distance. Now as for Volt, they have removed the damage cap and increased the base damage output to 1200 from 750, and the damage and stun duration will now be halved for enemies that are further away from the initial cast. Now onto our final rework and major change, we have Zephyr. So as for Tailwind, they've combined it with Dive Bomb, and it can now be cast on the ground, which will launch Zephyr into the air, where she'll hover, and in the air, she can then use the ability again, where if she's looking upwards and into the horizon, she'll move in that direction, but if she's looking down at the ground, she'll fly and do a Dive Bomb. They've also made it so Tailwind will cost half the amount of energy when it's cast in the air, and it'll be free of cost if it's cast while hovering, and they've made it so Tailwind will deal more damage. They've also changed the Dive Bomb augment into a Tailwind augment, which now reads, each enemy hit will increase Tailwind's damage by 25%, with that damage resetting upon landing. And Dive Bomb can now be launched on an angle, as long as you're looking in the right direction. Moving on to Turbulence, they've made it so it has a unique animation and sound. That's the only changes in regards to that. For Airburst, which is her new second ability, it is now a projectile that causes an AoE burst on contact, which will ragdoll enemies, and it can also be fired into tornadoes to make them bigger. As for tornadoes, they haven't changed it a lot. They made it so it's stabilized, or it won't launch enemies as much, and you can also move the closest tornado to you by moving your aim point. They've also made it so the tornado damage type will now be determined by the largest amount of elemental damage absorbed through it. The ability can now be recast as well, and they've changed the tornado's default damage type from magnetic to physical. As for how to steer the tornadoes, that will be holding down your right mouse button, depending on how you've binded your keys, so aiming down your sights will be how you steer that tornado. We then have Warframe weapon changes. which is another large set of talking and sections of this video, which I won't go over. And I urge you to just go over there, control F your favorite weapon, and just type in what you want, and you'll see what changes came to that weapon. Now, I will say this, they've balanced it around a new mastery rank system. So they have groupings. They have 0 to 3 mastery rank, 4 to 6 mastery rank, 7 to 9 mastery rank, 10 and 12, and 13 and 15. So that's how they've balanced these weapons in this patch. Now, besides these weapon changes, there were Arcane changes, which increased some of the percentages and bonuses of the Arcanes. So if you want to know what happens with the Arcanes, they're up on the screen, you can read them. They've made some changes to the index, such as making it so players can leave at certain points of time throughout the index run. So after you've completed the first set, which is collect 50 points, 75 points, or 100 points, depending on the tier that you're playing at, you'll be asked to leave. You'll have like a defense section pop up. Leave, yeah, nah, do what you want. And besides that, they've increased the required index points from 25, 50 to 100, to 50, 100 to 200. They've also halved the speed at which the enemies scale. They've changed the investment cost from 45,000, 60,000, 75,000 to 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. And they changed the credit returns from 120,000, 195, 275, to 105s, 175, and 250. However, the amount of profit that you earn from each tier will remain the same. They've made some changes to the terror list, which I should have mentioned earlier, but they've increased the terror list base level to 50. They've reduced the base armor and reduced the base health of the weak points of the terror list, as well as reduced the damage of the terror list abilities. The Soma Chord changes, which is your jukebox in your orbiter once you complete the war within. As for base changes, the resource drop chance boosters will now affect mining and fishing, which will double the chance to get gems and the base number of fish spawns. The Prime Vault bounty relics in Stage 1 have been moved to be rewarded in Stage 2, and apparently have been weighted accordingly amongst the other stages, as well as making it so Bounty Stage 5 will have the highest chance of receiving a vaulted relic, because, you know, they couldn't just add it into the Void or something as an option for other players. Moving on though, Resource Theft Incursion and the Bounty Stage Armored Vault in the Plains will now last only 2 minutes instead of 3. They've increased the amount of lures allowed at once from 6 to 8, and lures that have not been hacked to Tenno faction will now get destroyed when their camp is deactivated, which will allow other lures to spawn in other camps. They've also replaced the relics rewarded from duels with Prime Vault relics with Lith G2 and Neo E1 replaced with Lith T1 and Neo S7. Focus passives will now apply immediately upon loading into a mission, rather than requiring the brief operator transition. Operators can now interact with the pets in your orbiter. They've reduced the delay between using a gear item and spawning Archwing in the plains of Eidolon. Zors and operator amps will now have a stat in your profile. Mastery rank eligible weapons will now appear first, with locked weapons appearing below them when viewing weapons in the market and the arsenal. Pressing and holding the fire button on an automatic weapon during a dodge roll will now begin firing once the dodge roll is complete. Interrupting an automatic weapon with quick melee will no longer require the player to press the trigger again. They've updated the Dojo research completion icon. They've tweaked the Dojo Tenno Lab glass to fix bloom issues. Warframes in the Tenno Lab will now spin instead of standing still. They have improved the coordination of rain and stormy skies in the plains of Eidolon. They've reduced the head bounce movement in Chroma's sprint turns. Former and former bundle prices in the Arsenal upgrade screen will now display the discounted price if there's an active sale. Relay chat tab is now on the right hand side of the squad tab. Eidolon Vonvolus lures now have a new distinctive mesh. They have updated the mastered icon in your inventory. Mastered icons will also appear on blueprints in the inventory for items that have been mastered. They've updated Grineer settlement icons when used in the World Stay window. They've lowered and reduced the marker range for small elevators in the Grineer Astro tile set. When purchasing a slot or Oricon Catalyst in the upgrade screen, it will now auto-equip and install. And Harrows and Missives, his little energy colors, will now always be on, so you don't need to have penance active to see those energy colors. And as for fixes, they're up on the screen as usual. You can read them here, or you can check them out on the forum post when you go see those weapon changes. Now after that update, there was two hotfixes with hotfix 22.12.1 and 22.12.2, which is fixing a number of things and changing the sounds of the Redeemer and Sarpa. But to start it off, we had hotfix 22.3. Now this hotfix made some changes to Zephyr and Atlas. For Atlas, they reduced his rubble decay rate by half, which is really good because before it was, wasn't that good. And for Zephyr, they reduced the energy cost of air burst by half while in the air. Now they also increased the speed of the air burst projectile and Zephyr's tornado tracking, so it'll move quicker to where you're looking at. Next up was hotfix 22.12.4. Now this brought some changes to Chroma's Vex armor, which allowed it to work on melee damage, and made a few adjustments to the Hydron stairwell that they added in the mainline update. We also had hotfix 22.12.5, which removed the non-vaulted relics from bounty rewards and replaced them with endo values with 50, 100, 200, 300, and 400, depending on which bounty you're running. Update 22.13 in the game. Now, this update released TennoGen Round 11 Part 3 of 3 in the game, which means we now have the full collection of TennoGen Round 11 available to us. So in this update, we saw the Banshee Sonority skin, the Saryn Motor skin, the Nezha Dracoon skin, the Mirage Mithra skin, and the Inaros Horror skin. We also have some weapon skins with the Mithra Heavy Blade, the Kilzoroth Heavy Blade, and the Bageth Tonfa skin. There's also two Syndanas with the Solita Syndana and the Savahana Syndana, and two helmets with the Oberon Taurus helmet and the Harrow Hierophant helmet. Besides TennoGen, we have some UI changes and additions. Starting it off, we have the new Advanced Planes of Eidolon map, where you'll be able to open this map by holding down M on your keyboard. Now you can also add waypoints through the map by right-clicking on any location that your cursor is at. Now speaking of locations, they've also added areas with names on the map, so you can now navigate with teammates easier, and they've also added the ability to zoom in and out of this new map. Now besides the addition of the map, we have a complete overhaul to how fonts are rendered and how they look in-game. So now they're a lot clearer than they were beforehand, and that'll be the case from high resolutions all the way down to low resolutions. Moving on, we have changes to the game, starting with sentient cores now dropping from Conculus, Battlist, and Decaying variants of those sentients, with a 25% chance to drop exceptional cores and a 75% chance to drop sentient cores. Besides that, they've also changed how Avara's Prowl works, with it now limiting it so it's 1 Avara per enemy, which, if you did that sentient core farm with Avaras, this kind of ruins that whole thing for you guys. As for fixes, they're up on the screen, you can check them out here, or read them on the forum post. After that, there was hotfix 22.13.1, which didn't really do anything besides make adjustments to the Advanced Planes of Eidolon map. For hotfix 22.13.2. Now, in this little hotfix, they finally released Arcanes onto the Planes of Eidolon, with them now being tied to how you kill and take down the Terrorlist, Gauntlist, and Hydralist. So you'll have the Terrorlist, which will drop its own set of Arcanes, you'll have the Gauntlist, which will have its own set of Arcanes, and the Hydralist, which will once again have its own set of Arcanes. Now, upon killing or capturing, they will have a 100% chance of dropping an Arcane as well. However, as I just said, the Arcanes that you get are determined by which Eidolon that you get. So if you kill the Terrorlist, you'll have a different Arcane to that of when you capture the Terrorlist. And the same thing goes for the Hydralist and the Gauntlist. Now, besides the addition of Arcanes into the Planes of Eidolon, they've reduced controller cursor speed in the Advanced Planes map itself by half. The Warframe launcher will now inform you if you need to optimize your game. They've changed a material on the Savahana Syndana. They've removed an unreleased cosmetic which was shown on Reddit. You can just head over there if you want to see what it was. They've updated the Arcane called Resistance to read Toxin instead of Electricity. They've also updated and fixed some Sarpa firing sounds. They've improved the clarity of the small chat text option. And they've adjusted the Diva Polearm skin, Energy Color, and Octavia Diva skin to default tint, just to better match the Steam Workshop images. As for fixes, they're up on the screen, you can check them out here, or you can check them out on the forum post. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hotfix 22.13.3. Now this hotfix is rather large compared to other hotfixes that we've had previously, and that is because it contains the changes to all the beam weapons and their behavior in-game. So what they've done is made it so all beam weapons will now have perfect accuracy and a high fire rate. However, they've balanced that by limiting the range and having the damage ramp up from 10% to 100% over a 0.8 second period. Now if you stop firing, that will go back to 10% over a 1 second period. As for those wondering about the ammo economy, well, they've made it so beam weapons will now consume 0.5 of your ammo per trace, unless they are flamethrowers, such as the Ignis and the Atomos. Now, if you don't remember what they did with the primary weapons a week or two ago, they've balanced each of these weapons in Mastery rank tiers. So for Mastery rank 4 and 6, we now have the Flux Rifle, Ignis, and the Quanta. For Mastery rank 7 and 9, we have the Galaxian, Ignis Wraith, Convetrix, and the Panthera. For Mastery rank 10 and 12, we have the Synapse, Amprex, Quanta Vandal, and Phage. Those are the primary beam weapons. As for secondaries, we have Mastery rank 0 to 3 with the Gamma Core, Mastery rank 4 to 6, the Atomos, Nucore, and the Spectra, and Mastery rank 7 and 9, Cycron, Embolus, and the Cyanoid Gamma Core. Now, if you want to know the exact changes that came to these weapons, just go to the forum post, Control F, and type the weapon that you're interested in. It's a lot easier for yourself to find out exactly what you want to know, instead of listening to me read it out. Well, just as I finished recording, we got another hotfix, so there's some more changes to beam weapons. So, in this new hotfix, in hotfix 22.13.4, they increased the beam weapon damage ramp up time to 0.8 seconds to 1 second. They've fixed beam weapon damage ramp up not happening per target. The Convetrix alt fire beams now continuously sweep back and forth. Basically, 3 fixes to the Convetrix. The Panthera alt fire now consumes 1 ammo instead of 4. They've fixed the Panthera ultimate fire consuming ammo when hitting surfaces other than enemies. They've made some more changes to controller interactions with the Plains of Eidolon map. They've made some changes to the invasions, specifically endless nodes. So defense missions will now go for 5 waves, survivals will go for 5 minutes, interceptions will go for 1 round, and excavation will only go for 500 cryotic. And there's some changes and fixes, you can read them here or you can read them on the forums. Anyway, moving on to the actual changes that came in point 3. Now, on top of these statistical changes to those beam weapons, there's also the removal of status per second for the beam weapon. They've made it so the status chance on beam weapons now act like every other weapon in the game, so you'll be able to proc multiple status effects at the same time through each shot, depending on your status chance of the weapon. Now, besides that stuff, they've made some minor tweaks to the sounds of the Flux Rifle, they've made some tweaks to the reload timing on the Galaxian and the Gamma Core, and they've tweaked the Synapse beam to better represent its now corrosive damage. Now, they've also made a few tweaks to non-beam weapons, with the Zephyr Prime's alternate fire now being silent. They've increased the fire rate of the Zenith's alternate fire, and they've made it so the Talons and the Kastanas, when they have multi-shot equipped, will now send out the fucking grenade things of them in a more predictable pattern. They've added the hit notifications for when you've actually hit a shot and when you've missed a shot, which they showed off in a previous dev stream, so that's now in the game. So if you play with sound, you should hear that now. They've made some changes to the Advanced Plains of Eidolon map, mostly making it so you can pan it halfway off the screen. When opening it, the player position will be centered on the screen, and how controllers work with the Plains of Eidolon map. Now, moving on to other changes besides the beam weapons and the Plains of Eidolon map. They've doubled the endo awarded from Samaris' daily synthesis target. The hold to charge abilities such as Ember's Fireball, Zephyr's Tailwind, and Hydroid's Barrage will no longer autocast when full and will now be activated upon release, unless you run out of energy. The critical chance, critical multiplier, and status effect chance will now apply to enemies inside of Zephyr's Tornado. They've lowered the particle burst and opacity and particle count on the Gauntlist and the Hydralist abilities. They've lowered the particle burst for the Vonvolist charge-up attacks. They've tweaked the Kavat wall attack behaviors to prevent Supercat. The Adaza and Smita Kavat's critical chance buffs no longer apply to the operators. They have updated the description of the Entropy Burst mod to read base status chance instead of status chance. When picking up a Syndicate Medallion, Exceptional Sentient Core, Flawless Sentient Core, or other such items, the UI will now show up the little reward icon that shows up in the bottom right hand corner. Talking to Onku will now remove all other operators or frames inside the room. When customizing your Warframe under the Appearance tab, your Warframe will now appear unarmed and idling to make customization easier for you. The message that appears when you are over the Riven capacity limit will now have options to open the dissolve screen, purchase slots, or return to the mod section. They've corrected a texture on the Rapala Syndana to make it fully opaque, and they've tweaked the Saryn Natamoda skin to have a more pronounced pulsating effect as requested by the creator. As for the fixes, they're up on the screen. You can read them here, or you can read them on the forum post. Here we are with update 22.14. Now this update includes the Octavia Maestra skin and the Octavia Maestra collection. Now you can buy the skin by itself, or you can just buy the collection. Just keep in mind that if you purchase the skin by itself and then want the items included in the collection, you'll have to buy the collection by itself at a later date for the full price, with the exception of the Horos instrument pack. Now inside the collection we have the instrument pack, the Boltor Pravora skin, which has its own unique reload animation, and that is also the reason why it can't be used on any other weapon besides the Boltor. There's also the Verismo Syndana, which is just a Syndana, nothing special, and of course the Maestra skin. Now besides the cosmetics, we have the addition of the advanced Captura tools, which they have showcased on developer Twitter accounts and the last dev stream. So what you can now do in Captura is place multiple cameras and then have that run along like it's an old western movie. And during this time you can also change the time of day if you're out on the plains of Eidolon. You can add text to the scene and write whatever you want, with a maximum of 5 text boxes being available, with a character limit of 30. Now they've also added 2 more filters, the Lotus Glow and the Edge of Shadows, as well as the ability to filter the opacity of those filters themselves. Now if you want to know more about these Captura changes, I suggest you watch someone else's video that describes these in greater detail. Now moving on, we have some more changes to Arcanes, and the most notable change is the addition of Arcane slots that aren't tied to your cosmetics. So now if you want to use an Arcane, you can now use the same Arcane on multiple Warframes. So maybe you have one Arcane energized, you can now place that on your Necros, Octavia, Nova, whoever you want, just by using the Arcane slots in the mods section. Now if you have Arcanes for your operator or your amp, you can equip them by going into your operator settings, customize. Now along the way you'll see install Arcane for your operator as well as install your amp. Besides this, they also gave the ability to upgrade multiple levels of your Arcane at once instead of having to do it multiple times with the release of Hotfix 22.14.2. Now they have also locked Arcanes behind Mastery Rank 5, and also you will only be able to use one Arcane if you have the Arcane helmet equipped on your Warframe. Now besides Arcane's cosmetics and the Captura changes, we have 6 new emotes that are basically dancing emotes. We have 7 new Captura syndicate scenes with the Lua Nursery scene from the Arbiters of Hexus, the Corpus Ice Planet Wreckage scene by the Cephalon Suda, the Grenier Shipyard Manufactory scene by the new Loka, the Corpus Gas City Conduit scene by the Perrin Sequence, the Infested Ship Bridge scene for the Red Veil, the Grenier Settlement Reactor scene by the Steel Meridian, and the Orican Derelict Plaza scene for Cephalon Samaras. Each of these will cost you 100,000 syndicate standing, so if you want to get them, farm it out or trade with other players through Trade Chat. Now we also have some more changes to beam weapons. They've made it so the damage will now ramp up over a 0.6 second period, and after moving to a new target there'll be a delay of 0.8 seconds before it starts to decay over a period of 2 seconds. So you'll have a period of time where you get to keep that stored up damage. Now they've also made it so all beam weapons besides the Convetrix, Phage and Ambulis will start their damage ramp up at 20% instead of the previous 10%. And as for the Convetrix, its firing will start at 60% for its base fire, and for its alternate fire that will start at 80% damage. For the Phage it will start at 70%, and the Ambulis will start at 30%. We've also made it so multi-shot chance will apply more consistently to each beam weapon, and they've made it so weapon range mods such as Sinister Reach will no longer affect the distance of chains for the chainable beam weapons like the Amprex and Atomos. However, it can still affect the beam distance. Now besides those changes, The Amprex, Cycron, Atomos, Synapse, and Flux Rifle also got some changes. The Amprex chain range has been increased to 10 meters, with its damage being reduced to 22. The Cycron has had its range increased to 24 meters, but its mag size decreased to 40. The Atomos saw its chain range increased to 7 meters, and the Synapse saw its range increased to 27 meters, and the damage increased to 20 as well. Now moving on, they made some changes to the UI for excavation missions. They have changed it from total cryotic excavated to number of digs completed. This will make it easier for you to understand the excavation rotation. So now it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, and that'll be AABC. Now moving onward, once again, there's changes to the Dojo. They have made it so upon mounting a Dojo, your Warframe will become invincible, and the enemies will attempt to destroy the Dojo before they kill you. They've also removed the ability to mount a Dojo while in transference, and there's also a bunch of fixes there as well. Now on to changes. They have removed the Law of Retribution, the Law of Retribution Nightmare, and the Jordis Verdict trials from the game. And for anyone that completed any of the trials throughout their period being in the game, you will receive the Invanti Sekhara, which is a pretty lazy reward if you ask me. But they have also adjusted the arcane drop tables in the Eidolons, so when you capture or kill a Eidolon such as the Terrorlist, Gauntlist, or Hydralist, you can check out the drop tables on the forum post if you really want to. After placing an Orbiter decoration, you will now have the option to place another if you have one of those items in stock. They've allowed Vacuum to now suck up Atlas's rubble. They've made it so when you complete a bounty stage, the affinity that you earned before that stage was completed won't be removed from your account. And besides that, there is a bunch of fixes and a lot more changes which aren't that important to read out. So if you want to know exactly what they were, you can check it out on the forum post or read it on the screen. Now we also have Hotfix 22.14.1 and .2. In .1 we just got a few fixes and minor changes, and in .2 we got the same, but it was just making it easier to upgrade your Arcane. So once again, if you want to know everything that happened in these hotfixes and updates, read it for yourself or watch my individual video on the matter. Now here we are with update 22.15. Now for some reason we have yet to hit update 23, probably because they're still reworking everything that they were planning to do. But anyway, in this update we have the Ceramica collection. Now this collection includes the Ceramica armor, the Ceramica Tonfa skin, and the Ceramica Pandero skin. You can buy any of these items by themselves, but they are rather costly for their individual price, and I suggest purchasing the collection because it's a lot fucking easier and you save some plat. And besides those cosmetics, we have some changes to Arcanes. Now they've made it so there'll be a text that'll show equipped when you have one of your Arcanes equipped, which should make it easier to tell the difference between the same Arcane if you have multiple. They've also made it so the Arcane name and rank will appear on the same text line when confirming a trade. They've removed Arcane slots from Conclave mode. They fixed not being able to trade the same Arcane at different ranks at the same time. And they fixed the Arcane manager being empty when in a relay. There's also some changes for Captura. They've added an error message for when you try to place more than 5 text boxes in a Captura scene, as well as try to place more than 200 cameras in a single Captura scene. You can now precisely select the amount of time it takes for the camera to transition between 2 points by changing the duration per camera position, and when the camera is actually playing, the duration option is replaced with a global speed multiplier option, which should make it a lot easier. They've also increased the distance at which place text can be seen, and there's a few fixes for Captura in there as well. So if you want to read that, it's up on your screen, or you can just go to the forum post. Now we also have some more changes to Sabotage and Excavation. Now for Excavation missions, they've made it so text will now read power full when the excavator no longer needs power. And they've also added a subtle blue shield charge effect for when you place a power cell into an excavator. They've also made it so all Lotus transmissions will appear on the right side of the screen, so it doesn't fuck with the excavation UI. And as for sabotage, the Grineer Sea Lab sabotage doors will now display an icon to indicate that they need to be hacked in order to proceed. They fixed a Corpus rover sometimes appearing in the Corpus Ice Planet sabotage tile set, and they also fixed some bad marker pathing in the Corpus Ice Planet and the Grineer Ocean sabotage tile sets. As for the fixes in the full update, they're up on your screen. You can read them here or you can read them on the forum post. Thank you. Now, right after that update, we received Hotfix 22.15.1, which only the important thing to talk about would be the removal of an unadvertised duration from Magus Replenish, which is one of the Arcanes for your operator. And there was also a few changes and fixes in that hotfix as well. Here we are with update 22.16. Now this video and the update itself mainly focuses on the Dojo rework and the whole remaster that came with it. So to go over the minor changes, they've increased the decoration capacity for all of the rooms. The clan halls start at 600, and then for each tier up, they go up by 100 to the maximum of 1,000. Clan members can also contribute any of their own orbiter decorations into the clan decorations tab. Now, the only limit to this is Articulars displays unique items from Quest, the Ambulus Noggle, the Stalker Noggle, the Acolyte Shadow Debt Noggles, Courier Statuette, Sacred Vessel, Oro Ornament, Rel's Donda, Prominence Wisp Totem, 1000-Year Fish Statuette, and any of the Iatan sculptures. Now, in order to do this, you will need a treasury in your dojo. Walk up to it, click Donate Decorations, click on what you want. You can't, at the moment of recording, select multiple, so if you want to donate a shit ton of whatever you're donating, you will have to do that multiple times. So once you've done that, you just click donate, they'll go into the dojo decorations. Once you do it, you will not be able to get it back, you will not be able to have it back into your orbiter, so make sure you actually want to donate the item instead of keeping it. Now besides those two changes and additions, you can now actually use the observatory room to load into any mission on the star chart. Now on top of the observatory room being used as a navigator, you can actually change your arsenal in there. Now you will have to actually have an observatory room in your dojo to utilize both of those features, the arsenal included. So if you don't have one of them, make sure you build it, and you can use your dojo as a home base. They've actually changed the lighting in the dojos themselves. They look a lot clearer and a lot better than they did prior to this update, which I thought was nice. So you can see each of the rooms that I'm going through in the video. They've also introduced a shit ton of new decorations that you can place around the dojo. These items include decorations from Corpus, Grineer, and some little visual effects as well. You can see that I'm placing down some steam or smoke in this little section that I've built in my personal dojo, so you can see what can be used and what can't be used. So there's steam, sparks, fire, and whatever you see in the dojo decorations. We may see some more added in the future. Now as for the dojo decoration changes, that's probably the major one. So it now uses a free camera, and it's no longer tied to your Warframe, which I personally find is great because based off of the viewing perspective, it changed a lot when decorating the dojo. So you can now fly around wherever you want and place it wherever you want, from on the ground, in the middle of the air, to on the roof. It also has this new snapping feature where you can determine how accurate the snap will be by changing it in the menu by pressing your buttons. You can rotate it on specific angles, and of course you can place them in certain fashions based on the modes that you select. So just experiment with what you have. Make sure to read the actual forum post or watch a individual video fully covering and exploring what you can do in the new dojo, and you'll probably find out what you want to know. Now besides the dojo portion of this, we got Discord interaction. So with games like Fortnite and whatnot, when you're playing that game in Discord, you have the option to have it showed on your profile in Discord. They've now added that into Discord for Warframe players. However, instead of joining squads through this feature, it will now just list the level of the enemies you're versing, the tile set itself, and the mission, as well as how many members are in your squad. Now, on top of just listing what mission you're running and how many players and whatnot, it'll actually show the last 5 updates that Warframe had in terms of their news cycle. So we have Devstream 108 or 9, I believe, here, as well as the new Dex weapon and 5th anniversary event. On top of that, we have controller order detection. You will have to enable this in your settings. It's as you're seeing on the screen. just click automatic, and as soon as you place in your controller, it'll auto detect what controller it is from PlayStation, Xbox, Xbox 360, and PS3 for some reason. They use the same schematic, so I don't know why there's the 4 options, but they're available to you. So if you're a controller player, just make sure you enable them, and when you switch to a controller, it'll auto detect and you'll be able to use it. Now, as for the secondary additions into this update, they've added a chat command to go offline. This means you won't be able to receive messages, which is pretty helpful for people that want to dodge certain people on their friends list or just people inboxing them through random channels. So when you want to trade and when you don't want to trade, you can do this by typing /offline, and then if you want to come back online, you'll have to do /online. They've also introduced some more orbiter decorations with the Equinox Day, Night, and Combined Form Nuggles, the Rapaka Planter, the Daru Planter, and the Arana Planter, as well as a new pet bed for your pets. They've also made it so you can now customize your operator and access your focus trees while in Cetus. However, at the moment, you will have to actually enter your operator form before entering those menus, so hopefully that's changed in a future hotfix or update. They've added mission times to the end of mission screen under stats. They've added fishing, amps, Zors, and mining categories to your foundry, as seen in the video. Now, if you don't have the items, it won't show, so as you see, I don't actually have any of the amp parts at the moment, so it doesn't show that in the tab. They've added features, body, and amp categories to the operator customization screen, so you can now easily go through each of the 3 customization modes instead of having to use the scroll wheel to go all the way down to where you are. It's just a lot more streamlined. They've added a description to the meditate emote saying a pose to focus one's mind. They've added a slight delay on when accessing the star chart so you can still see your Warframe kneel, and they have added confirmation dialogues to most of the options in the Warframe launcher. They've also made some sound changes. The enemy hit notifications that they talked about previously have been put in full effect, so if you hit a target's head, it'll be louder and more noticeable than hitting an enemy's body plate. You can also change the levels at which you hear this new addition in the settings with the volume sliders, and there's a few little changes to sound as well. As for Captura, they improved how precisely you can alter the camera duration slider, allowing the player to use 0.1 changes when using the arrow buttons next to the slider, which lowers the minimum speed of camera movements greatly. They also improved optimization for the advanced Captura mode. The playing camera will now stop if you decide to edit a camera position when it's playing, and they've also made improvements for adding and removing camera positions while the camera is actually playing. Now, as for the Eidolon Shrine changes, they have made it so the Brilliant and Radiant shards will not be removed from your inventory until the respective Eidolon spawns, where at that point it will be consumed. All shards will be removed from the shrine and returned to players' inventories if a host migration occurs before the Eidolon actually spawns. Same thing occurs if night ends before the respective Eidolon spawns. Once again, the same thing will occur if players extract from the plains of Eidolon before the Eidolon spawns. The Vomvolus will also no longer drop sentient cores when they are auto-killed at sunrise. Now, for visual effects, they made a few changes here as well, just reducing some visual effects and lens flares on numerous Warframe abilities, and the same thing goes for operator amp explosions and melee burst attacks. They've also greatly toned down the lens flare brightness and durations on the Terrorlist, Gauntlist, and Hydralist abilities to help with the visual clutter reduction. Now, as for general changes, there is a fucking shit ton here. They've improved handling of rare cases of cache corruption that would lead to crashes on startup. They improved the hitbox sizes on the Eidolon weak points to make them easier to hit when moving, which is a fucking godsend. They fixed an extra 0 damage number popping up for every instance of damage dealt to one of the Terrorlist weak points. The Zephyr Prime status chance has been increased from 32% to 34%. The shard selection screen will now show you how many Brilliant or Radiant Eidolon shards you have available to convert into focus. They opened a number of doors in the Void tile set that held rare items behind them, so you can now access them. They reduced the requirements for the Kill X Darjans with a Bow Riven challenge to bring it into the intended difficulty level. However, no changes will come to the players that already own a Riven with the challenge. It'll only occur for new Rivens with that challenge. The fish bait descriptions will now also indicate what time of day the respected fish will spawn at. They slightly change the color of each fishing spear to better identify which spear you're equipping, They changed the fishing spear icons in Fisher High-Lux store to focus more on the spear tip to better identify each spear. You can now search for Zors in your inventory by typing in their name. They updated the look of Necros' Shadows of the Dead minions to help players better differentiate between them and the real enemies. They updated the Verismo Syndana and the Boltor Bravoro skin material to appear more metallic. A special UI message will now appear when you pick up a Syndicate Medallion or Cetus Wisp. You can now reopen the Ambulous boss doors from the outside if you do get locked outside of the fight. They improved the Archwing camera movements to clean up issues of janky jittering. They removed the option to install a focus lens on a gilded amp, since a rank 30 amp is required. For that action, they changed the Venomous Clip Archwing mod to have the same cost and drain as the other elemental Archwing mods. They removed the UI buff indicators for focus passives that are active 100% of the time, with the exception of Vazarin's Mending Soul. They updated the LOC for the Vigilante Fever mod description to better describe what it does. Items that are placed as orbiter decorations can now be placed back to back. Infested Ancients will now attempt to attack in more ways than just in knockdowns and pulls when you're within melee range. Failed bounty squads will now be locked to prevent players from joining an already failed bounty. They improved the Sky Archwing banking movements to reduce doing so accidentally. You can now shoot while initiating Afterburner in Sky Archwing. Placing in the top 20 in a leaderboard with at least 50 entries will now show a notification about your placement. Sentients and their weapons will now display stats when chat linked and viewed in the codex. TennoGen items are now linkable in chat. The Nesha Dracon skin default tints have been updated to be lighter to better represent the workshop images. They tweaked the Mithra Mirage skin colors to better reflect the Steam Workshop images. They updated the Sava Harness textures. They increased the opening speed of doors in the Grineer C-Lab tile set. They removed the ability to purchase multiple of the same helmet Syndana from the market. They updated the Vigilante bundle description to indicate that it includes 2 Warframe articulars. The market previews will now display your current Warframe and Sentinel when viewing armor bundles. Operator amps will now display their modular parts in the operator customization screen. They have also improved AI navigation in the Grineer C-Lab, Settlement, Galleon, and Corpus Ice Planet and Outpost tile sets, as well as the Lure Defense tile set. They updated all lowercase mentions of Grineer, Corpus, and Warframe to have capitals at the start of them. They updated the Elite Frontier Lancer Codex image model. They tweaked the glow effects on the Verismo Syndana. They increased the number of items shown on the most used list under your profile and added the ability to scroll the list using a mouse. They made slight edits to the Mastery rank up description so that it reads better, and they increased the text box width for the Arcane text in the Arcane Manager screen. As for fixes, they are up on the screen. You can go through them now, or you can check them out on the forum post for a better read. On top of Update 22.16, we got Hotfix 22.16.1 and .2. Each of these gave us fixes and a few little changes that isn't worth talking about. Hotfix 22.16.3 made it so you can now dodge and roll out of Zephyr's Tailwind Hover. The change also fixes getting locked out of all the other actions for the duration of Tailwind if a dodge roll was initiated while charging. They also improved enemy accuracy when attempting to attack the Void Defense Cryopod. Push and pull decoration placement option now uses a free in and out motion instead of using a 1 meter grid, and they updated the Aphurus description to read reload speed instead of reload time. As for the fixes in Hotfix 22.16.3, they are up on your screen. Hotfix 22.16.4 introduced Zephyr Prime, the Cronin Prime, and the Tiburon Prime into the game. You can also purchase these items from the Prime Access page on the Warframe website if you feel the need to do so. You can also get the primed cosmetic items that were contained within the update by going to that page as well. Now, due to the fact that we do have a new Prime Access, it does mean that Vorbin Prime, the Fragile Prime, and the Axtiletto Prime have entered the Prime Vault, which means you can no longer farm for their relics in-game and will have to get them through other means, such as trading with other players. Now, since those items have entered the Prime Vault, it means the sacrifices have changed. So, for the new Loka, the Vorbin Prime Neuroptics has been replaced with the Banshee Prime chassis as the sacrifice. Now, as for the general additions in this hotfix, they did add an Edit Next Previous Camera Position button in the advanced camera controls in Captura, and as for Exodia Force, they made it so the melee combo multiplier now applies to the radial blast of Exodia Force, which fixes the arcane not scaling off of modded damage. They also increased the status chance to 5, 20, 35 to 50% based on the ranking of the arcane. They changed the damage to 50, 100, 150 to 200% based on the rank of the arcane, and they changed the radius to 3, 4, 5, and 6 meters, once again based on the range of the arcane. As for the changes in this hotfix, you can now transference to your operator in the dojo. They opened more previously locked treasure walls in the void. You can now add camera positions in between already existing camera positions by going into the edit mode in Captura. They removed the forced full screen when Steam Big Picture mode is enabled. They fixed decoration placement changes not working properly with the Steam controller. They reduced the Lotus transmission frequency in survival missions, and they increased the leaderboard placement icon size to be more visible. As for the fixes in this hotfix, they are available on your screen. Hotfix 22.16.5 and 22.16.5.1 brought some more changes. The first of which, they replaced a duplicate Lith Z1 relic drop in the Derelict Survival Rotation A with a Lith H2 relic. I-10 sculptures can now be placed and contributed to your clan dojo. Upon escaping your orbiter via sneaky level holes, you will now be teleported back inside. Arcanes will now be listed according to rarity in the end of mission screen. When switching between different Zor previews in Hox Anvil, it will now show their comparison stats similar to the Arsenal. When attempting to place a decoration in the decoration mode and a conflict occurs, you can now go directly to the options menu to resolve the issue. They also updated the lighting in the Corpus ship defense level, and they removed the option to equip armor on a crew brow equipped with the Drak fur pattern as intended. Now, as for the fixes in Hotfix 22.16.5, they are up on your screen. In regards to Hotfix 22.16.5.1, they only made one fix, and that was fixing broken Kuva Siphon and Kuva Flood missions. So here we are with update 22.17. Now in this update we received a deluxe skin collection for Inaros. You can pick this up in the market for 225 platinum, or you can purchase the skin by itself. But just like every other time, if you buy the skin by itself, you'll then have to pay the full price of the collection if you want to get the extras, which include a sword skin and a Syndana. Now moving on, we also got the endless Kuva survival missions into the game. This game mode will only take place on the tile set in the Kuva fortress of Tavuni. Now upon loading into the game and starting the survival mission, you will see an enemy that is marked with a red icon on the minimap. Upon killing this enemy, he will drop a little Kuva battery, which you will then need to take to one of the life support towers that spawn throughout the map, and upon doing so, it'll turn into a Kuva tower. You will then need to defend this tower for around a minute, and upon doing so, you will be rewarded with 200 Kuva, which in my experience playing solo was rather decent, but it still should scale for the longer that you play the survival mission for. Because what's the use of going longer than fucking 20 minutes when there's no risk for the reward? Now because the Kuva survival mission is a survival mission at heart, they made some changes to the Kuva Fortress tile set and survival in general. So what they did was remove cramped and maze-like Kuva Fortress tile sets that obstructed the flow of the gameplay. They added a repurposed Fortress Defense tile to the Kuva Fortress Survival mission, as well as improved the navigation of the enemies in that area. And they also improved the enemy spawn flow and navigation in the complete Kuva Fortress Survival tile set. And another thing to note, they made it so the life support towers will no longer have an interval spawn scaling, because previously it was 90 seconds plus 1 second per pillar. It is now just a base of 90 seconds, so every 90 seconds a new tower will spawn. Now the Kuva Guardians also received some changes. Now if you watched my This Week in Warframe video, you would know this already, but what they did was streamline the process of making a Kuva Guardian vulnerable. Prior to this update, it required you to Void Blast and then Void Dash through the Guardian to make them vulnerable. It now just requires you to either Void Dash or Void Blast, and they'll become vulnerable straight away. And because of those changes, they increase the base health of the Kuva Guardians from 300 to 400. They slightly increase the fire rate of the Twin Rogers for their weapons. The Guardian health type is now in line with the rest of the Grineer, so they are weaker against heat and viral, but more resistant to gas. They added a pulsing red glow as well around the Kuva Guardians just for a few seconds to showcase when they are vulnerable and when they aren't. Now, besides the new game mode, we also got some more cosmetics for your Orbiter. So they added a Grineer and Corpus Articular, where upon purchasing it, you'll be able to choose from the Frontier Butcher, Eviscerator, Heavy Gunner, or Hylian, and the Elite Frontier Lancer. There's also 2 Grineer pose stances for that particular Articular. As for the Corpus, you can choose between the Sniper Crewman, the Corpus Ranger, the Null Comber, the Corpus Power Carrier, and an Elite Crewman. And there's 2 Corpus pose sets as well. And they also added the Sukshma Decoration Collection as well. So just type in the word Suck without the C and those items will come up when decorating. We also have a new Nezha helmet as well, so you can pick that up if you are a Nezha player. Moving on, they made some changes to the Grineer Commander, specifically with its Switch Teleport ability. So they increased its teleport cast time to 2 seconds instead of being instant, and both the Commander and its target will now glow orange during the teleport cast. And they also added the ability to cancel this teleport by either bullet jumping or dodge rolling. They also stated that the teleport will now deliver a knockdown status debuff after you have been teleported. As for the general changes, they reduced some more visual effects from the Quanta Energy Cube and the Terrorist and Vomvalist abilities. They improved the sound differentials between body and head hit notifications with the new sound system. They removed the option to purchase gift items if there is a new update available to download, because it was causing issues. Upon taking damage, the Kubrow dens will now only spawn 4 Kubrows instead of an infinite amount. They improved the AI navigation on the Grineer Earth tileset by allowing the AI to walk through the water properly. And they changed the offline chat command to /DND, just to clarify what the mode actually does. As for fixes, they're up on the screen, you can check them out here or on the Warframe forums, which was Hotfix 22.17.1. Now this hotfix, besides bringing Operation Plaguestar, brought the changes to Inaros' Ramsey skins. It now has a full matte color on certain parts of the skin, instead of the full metallic overlay. It looks much better now. We also have some more changes to the Kuva survival mission, just little HUD changes such as making the Tiovani node list Kuva Fortress survival, and there's a few more fixes there up on your screen, you can read them here. Now, the main things that I want to talk about here are the legendary arcane trading changes. For every unranked legendary arcane that you have, they will be 100,000 credits. For every rank 1 legendary arcane that you have, it will cost you 300,000 per arcane. For rank 2, it'll be 600,000 credits, and for a full rank 3 legendary arcane, you will have to have 1 million credits in your bank when trading for a legendary arcane. Now, those were just for the arcane traders. But the main notice here is the change to the Fomorian drop tables. Now, if you did not know, the Imperator Vandal receiver had a 2% drop percentage when it came to the Fomorian, so it was a lot harder to get the receiver than everything else. That is no longer the case, and it now has the equal percentage drop chance as the Imperator Vandal barrel at 11.28%. So, for players that have been trying to farm for that, you know, hundreds of runs and whatnot, hopefully you get it a lot faster now. We had Hotfix 22.17.2, which removed Ember Prime, Frost Prime, and Loki Prime, as well as everything else that they came with in the Prime Unvaulting from the drop table, so you can no longer farm for their relics in-game, as well as buy them from the Prime Vault webpage. With update 22.17.3. Now, inside this update, we received 4 new augments, 2 of which were previewed in a previous This Week in Warframe. However, we still will cover all 4. So starting those off, we have Mesa's Waltz, which will make it so Mesa can move while using her Peacemaker. However, the movement speed is reduced by 50%. However, she can roll while using Peacemaker, obviously not while firing, and it can be placed in an Exilus mod slot. Now you can pick this mod up from the Steel Meridian, Red Veil, or Teshin from the Conclave Syndicate. Next up is Equinox with her Mend and Maim Augment Energy Transfer, and it's simple. It makes it so 100% of the stacks that you earn while using Mend or Maim will be conserved when transferring between your night and day forms. Simple as that. Now you can pick this up from the new Loka or the Arbiters of Hexus. There is then Ivara's Artemis Bow Augment, which is Concentrated Arrow. This augment makes it so you fire one single arrow per shot, and also on top of that, any enemy within a 7 meter radius will be hit by an explosion. Also, the punch through is removed from the ability since you do get that explosion. And upon hitting a headshot, it has a bonus 50% critical chance added on top of it. Now you can pick Ivara's augment up from the Cephalon Suitor or the Perrin sequence. Finally, there is Nesh's Blazing Chakram augment called Reaping Chakram. It makes it so the Chakram flies through enemies, and each enemy hit will increase the damage of the Chakram and its healing capabilities by 2 times, and you can pick it up from Cephalon Suitor or the Steel Meridian. As for changes that came in this update, you can now quick melee while fishing on the plains of Eidolon. They increased Nesh's Blazing Chakram base damage to 250, as well as making it so strength mods can now affect both the healing restore and the damage dealt. They made spawn improvements to the Kuva catalyst to avoid getting stuck in the environment. They improved balance between Vombalist and infested enemy spawns during the Plague Star event at nighttime. The Lephantis and Hemocyte health bars will now move to the appropriate heads when they are being aimed at. They open some more locked walls in the void. It will now display the location and activity of your friends when inviting them through the quick invite screen. They tone down some fog effects in the Grineer Asteroid tile set, and they improve performance issues when firing with the Com or the Furus. As for fixes, they are up on the screen. You can check them out here, or you can check them out on the Warframe forum post. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hotfix 22.17.4, which removed unnecessary ragdoll from all of the Eidolon variants, optimized Helios's Investigator precept so it now finds targets 10 times faster, and improved the performance of a few laser beam effects. Here we are with update 22.18. This is Beast of Sanctuary, and it brings Khora, the Sanctuary Onslaught game mode, and a few more items into the game. Starting it off, we have Khora. Now you can purchase her collection for 725 platinum in the in-game market, and that will come with Khora, the Hystrix, Dual Keris, the Karada Syndana, and Khora's alternate helmet, as well as a few boosters. Now all of these items can be purchased separately. Khora will be 325 platinum by herself, or you can just farm her parts by completing Sanctuary Onslaught rounds. The Hystrix, which is her signature dart weapon, is 225 platinum, as well as the Dual Keris, which is the dual swords, and that is 130 platinum. Now the blueprints for both the dart gun and the swords can be purchased in the market for credits, however the Karada Syndana is only platinum, as well as the alternate helmet. There's also the new weapon, the Belt, which is 240 platinum by itself, but you can research this in the Tenno lab at your clan dojo. Moving on, we have a few new Zors from Hox Anvil in Cetus. These are the Safan Strike, which gives you a Nakana and Staff Zor, the Rubvi Strike, which is Machete and Hammers, and the Dokram Strike, which is Scythe and Hammers. There's also 2 grips, the Shattung and the Korb, and once again you can pick them up at Hox Anvil in Cetus. Moving back to Khora, which we talked about for a second, you can pick her up, as I said, from the Sanctuary Onslaught mission. Now in order to play Sanctuary Onslaught, you will need to have completed the new Strange quest, as well as have a level 30 Warframe equipped. Now once you have those things, go to any relay on the star chart, head to Cephalon Samaris via the fast travel menu or just by walking, talk to him and he'll have a few options for you. Click the I wish to attempt Sanctuary Onslaught, and then choose either Sanctuary Onslaught or Elite Sanctuary Onslaught. There's also the option to hear about the rewards, but that just gives you a little backstory on why there is no quest for Khora, and why it isn't tied to the ghoul lore that you get from the ghoul events. Anyway, depending on what you chose from the selection screen, the Elite or Basic game mode, you'll have a few different things to go through. The ground rules for Sanctuary Onslaught are this: kill every single enemy that you see, making sure you keep your efficiency up, which can be monitored by the HUD icon on the left-hand side of your screen, and making sure your percentage is at a decent rate will make you survive further into the Sanctuary. Now, there's a few ways you can boost this up. There is, of course, killing, where killing normal units will boost it up standardly, but there's also killing Eximus unit, which will give you even more efficiency than the standard units. There is also the Efficiency Stimulus, which are little packages that are spawned around the map, where upon walking inside of them will grant you 10% efficiency. Now, this efficiency you will have to keep up for 2 minutes and 50 seconds, where upon that time hitting 0, you'll be able to go onto the next tile set and it will start all over again, just with a different tile set. Now, at the start of each of these tiles, the 2 minute and 50 second rounds, you'll have 45 seconds at which you can earn focus if you have a focus lens equipped. Now, this focus has a multiplier of up to 16 times, so killing these enemies does get you a lot of focus depending on what type of lens you actually have. There are also restrictions to the Elite mode. You won't be able to use your gear wheel, so you can't use your energy pizzas, health pizzas, or your specters to help you in any way. Also, each wave that you enter, each new tile, will remove the current buffs that you had in the previous tile, the active Warframe abilities, the combo multipliers that you had, as well as the energy that you had in your energy pool, and will reset you back to your base level. So you start with 100 at the start, you gain 150, that 50 is then taken away, and the next round you'll start with that 100. Now, the amount of efficiency stimulus that spawns will decrease the further you go into the Sanctuary, according to the patch notes. However, there will always be one on the map, so you're not always stuck out of that bonus 10% that you get. Now, the further you go into the Sanctuary, the efficiency that you earn will also drop, so you won't always be getting the same amount of efficiency. The enemies will also not drop mods or resources, instead they'll only drop ammo. For those that care about leaderboards, they are available and you can see who's the best at going the furthest. And as for the rewards, you'll get them every 2 waves, with an AA-BC rotation. Now, for the basic mode, you can get Khora's chassis, endo, some relics, the Corpus ship freight scene, the Grenier Sea Lab centrifuge scene, the synthetic Eidolon shards, Khora's new optics, some more relics, the Grenier settlement artillery scene, Khora's systems and Khora's blueprints, some endo, and of course some more relics. However, for the Elite Sanctuary mode, you can get more endo, relics, the Lure Balcony scene, the Kuva Fortress Crevice scene, the synthetic Eidolon shards, more Khora parts, the Peculiar Bloom mod, which is the only Peculiar mod that made it into the game, and that is the one that makes flowers sprout from the enemies' bodies. And finally, the big one is you can get the parts for the Latto and Bratton Vandal, which, if you didn't know, is one of the few weapons that hasn't been released since back in 2013, and it is now made available, so everyone can get the mastery points for them. As for the additions, there's the Captura scenes that I talked about in the drop tables, which is the Corpus ship freight scene, the Grenier settlement artillery scene, Lure Balcony, Kuva Fortress, and the Grenier Sea Lab centrifuge scene, all of which can be farmed from the Sanctuary Onslaught rewards. As for changes, they removed Excalibur's 3-second cooldown on Radial Blind, removed weekly kill leaderboards and leaderboard top 20 placement notifications from the leaderboard system, and they improved the enemy navigation in the infested Corpus ship tile set. As for fixes, they're up on your screen, you can read them here, or you can check them out on the forum post. Moving on, we had a few hotfixes. Now, due to the current bug-infested state of the content that was released, each of these hotfixes fix numerous issues that you probably haven't even encountered. And for those wondering about the current constant white screen, the loss of rewards after a host migration, and numerous more, there has been no statement made in regards to them that I have found, but you have to understand that it is a weekend over there, and they released it before it, they knew what they were getting into, so we have to put up with the bug-infested shit that we do have, up until the point where they release a hotfix, where a number of hotfixes should be coming out this week, just using common sense as a guide. Moving on, we had a bunch of hotfixes fixing numerous issues in the game last week, starting off with hotfix 22.18.4. Now, as I just said, it brought much needed fixes to Sanctuary Onslaught specifically. just like all the other hotfixes that I'm about to mention. But if you do wish to know the exact fixes made, they'll be up on the screen and links will also be in the description. Now, there were two changes that were made in this hotfix besides the fixes. First was making the Peculiar Bloom mod chat linkable, and the second was changing the Rub V Strikes one-handed stance polarity to Xenuric. We then had hotfix 22.18.5, which fixed more Onslaught issues. Most notable would be the permanent white screen. Rewards will now drop as soon as the portal opens in the Onslaught game mode, and the hotfix also brought more visual effects to Khora. In hotfix 22.18.6, they overhauled the Void Onslaught tile by adding more spawn points and improving the enemy navigation. They fixed loss of functionality that would occur if you tried launching Onslaught without a level 30 frame, and it also fixed the conduit transition effects restarting if you hopped through the portal within the last 5 seconds. In 22.18.7, it brought balance changes to the Elite Onslaught game mode, because if you did not know, the scaling was way out of whack compared to the base game. So the enemies will now start at level 60 to 70 during the first zone, and will scale upwards to 150 to 180 at zone 15. Now, they also removed the damage multiplier that enemies would receive for each level gained, and made it so efficiency stimulus will no longer appear beyond zone 15. As for the game mode itself, well, Khora's blueprints have been removed from the Elite Sanctuary Onslaught rewards table, and have been replaced with Radiant Axii relics. They also removed the level 30 Warframe requirement for the basic Onslaught game mode. There is now a 20% chance of a spawning tile set having an elemental hazard occurring at the time of playing. They increased the spawns in the Corpus Gas City and the Grineer Fortress tile sets. They also removed tiles that had poor navigation. They removed lockers and containers from the tiles as well. And a prompt will now appear if you try to play Elite Sanctuary Onslaught and don't have a level 30 Warframe equipped, or you haven't completed the new Strange quest. Now, for the base game changes, the Quill storefront now plays host to Cetus Wisps. So if you couldn't be bothered farming for them and you enjoy the Eidolons enough to have enough standing to purchase the Wisps, you now have that outlet available to you. They made a great change to limiting the amount of Mine Ospreys that can spawn at once to 4, and they also made more tweaks to the Haragorima Zephyr skin. And then in 22.18.8, which is the last hotfix I'll be going over, we got some more Khora changes. First of all, her casting times have been shortened. Her new passive is just Venari being out as a passive entity that provides a speed boost when she's active, and for those wondering if she is now killed, she will respawn after a specific amount of time. Now, her first ability, Whipclaw, will now benefit from the melee combo counter, and hitting an ensnared enemy will now expand the snare to nearby units. And on top of that, if you use Whipclaw on a single enemy caught within Strangledome, the damage dealt will now be halved and spread to any enemy that's still alive in the Strangledome ability. Her second ability, Ensnare, now affects multiple enemies upon impact and will unleash 2 waves over a period of time that will drag nearby enemies inward. Status procs will no longer wake these enemies up as well. Now for her third ability, since Venari is now a passive, the ability now acts just like it did previously, allowing the player to switch between Venari's modes, just like you would with Vauban's Mines or Avara's Arrows. So you'll have heal, attack, or defend. Now if you have your reticule over an enemy when changing modes, specifically the heal option, Venari will attack said enemy instead of healing the player. However, if you don't have the target in sight, she will heal you. Now they have also changed her damage type from impact to slash, and her damage and abilities will now be affected by strength mods. Also, companion mods like Animal Instinct should work properly from here on out. And lastly, the fourth ability, Strangledome. Now the ability has received an animation change to better reflect that the chains are actually coming from Khora herself, and once an enemy dies from Strangledome, the enemy will drop straight to the floor instead of staying within the chains. As for the base game changes that came in hotfix 22.18.8, your daily focus cap will now scale based on mastery rank, with each mastery rank providing an extra 5,000 focus to your daily standing, for a maximum of 350,000. And due to Peculiar Bloom causing game crashes with increased fire rate, it now has a limit of 5 flowers per enemy. Now in relation to that last thing, I highly suggest you watch a video by Better Name Pending that highlights what was occurring with that mod. The link will be in the description below. Anyway, back to Sanctuary Onslaught changes, because this was a rather big hotfix. The efficiency drain will now increase after reaching Zone 16 in the normal Onslaught game mode, and the drain will increase at Zone 15 in Elite Onslaught. They also added more tiers for the Onslaught enemy levels. For normal Onslaught, Zone 15 to 20 will house level 18 to 100 enemies, Zone 20 to 25 will house level 110 to 130, and Zone 25 to 30 will house level 130 to 150 enemies. As for the Elite Onslaught game mode, Zone 20 to 25 will house level 200 to 220 enemies, and Zone 25 will house level 250 to 280 enemies. Now they also removed 2 tile sets from the Onslaught rotation. Update 22.19 is live in Warframe, and it includes the 12th round of TennoGen. So these items include the Chroma Thyrus skin, the Chroma Grax, Loki Erebus, Mag Pharaoh, Mesa Marlet, Nyx Aurelia, Rhino Scarab, and the Vault Vergersa skin. There is 1 Warframe helmet with the Gara Silica helmet, and 6 Syndanas with the Axura, Despot, Duvolpi, Mithra, Mashuzu, and Sovereign. There's also 1 weapon skin with the Lympharis polearm skin. As for general additions, there's a new Grineer Sea Lab Defense tile set on the Uranus tile set, and that is what you're seeing on screen. Khora also received some changes and fixes. I'll only go over the changes because if I say all the fixes, you'll just be hearing me say fix a lot. But Khora's Whipclaw animation has been updated to better reflect the aim direction, and operators can no longer be healed by Venari's heal ability. As for Sanctuary Onslaught, they removed couriers from the Onslaught tiles, and Sahasha Kubrow's can no longer dig up resources in the game mode. They also fixed several host migration issues, fixed a Lure Onslaught tile having doors that appeared unlocked due to incorrect materials, and they fixed the end of mission rank being A- when aborting before a zone has been completed. As for the base game changes, there is now a buff icon for Saryn's ability Toxin Lash when it is active. Zor strikes such as the Safam, Ravi, and Dokram, and the Zor handles, the Korb and the Shittung, will now have a chance to be used in Hock's daily specials. Ash can no longer teleport to cameras and turrets. Melee head kills now count as headshots and have that extra critical multiplier added on top of it. They improved enemy navigation in the Corpus Outpost Defense tile set. They also made optimizations for memory and CPU by improving the voice recycling, and they shortened the Warframe animation sets text to just read animation sets in the market categories. As for fixes, they're up on your screen, you can read them here, or you can head over to the forum post and read it there. Hotfix 22.19.1, which brought 2 more fixes to Sanctuary Onslaught and some fixes to the base game. Here we are with update 22.20. Now, it came out a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago, can't really remember, but this update has a shit ton of changes and additions to the game. So first up, Saryn Revisited. Now, her spores have had an increase to their status chance from 10% to 50%, and the spores will also scale off of ability strength. Now, a meter and an icon in the bottom right hand corner of your screen will show the number of affected enemies and how much damage is being dealt to each enemy per tick. Also, recasting spores will now detonate all active spores and will deal 2 times damage to any enemy affected by spores. The Venom Dose Augment has also received a change where spores casted on allies will temporarily grant them additional corrosive damage to all attacks. Now onto Molt. After casting, Saryn will receive a momentary speed boost for a short duration. Molt now scales similar to Rhino's Iron Skin, where all the initial damage it takes for the first 3 seconds will make Molt stronger. Now this will also show up as a buff indicator on the top right hand side of your screen, and once all the damage absorbed has been dispensed, Molt will explode, dealing toxin damage to any of the nearby enemies. Now in regards to Toxic Lash, they've increased the duration from 30 seconds to 45. Toxic Lash will no longer grant 2 energy restore when bursting spores, and the Contagion Cloud Augment has seen a minor change where kills with Toxic Lash leaves behind a Toxin Cloud, and melee kills double the damage dealt by the cloud. Now onto Miasma. A 100% guaranteed viral status effect has been added onto the ability on each damage tick. They've increased the range from 15 meters to 20 at max rank. They've increased the duration from 3 to 5 seconds, and Miasma will now inflict double the damage on targets affected by spores. Also, when recasting on the same enemy, it will refresh the tick duration, and maintain the viral status effect, but it will not restun the enemy. As for the general changes to Saryn, they've increased the normal Saryn's armor from 175 to 225 at max rank, and for Zephyr Prime, it's 225 to 300 at max rank. They've also added some minor effects and updates to the abilities such as Spores, Miasma, and Molt. They've also added a small little voice when she casts her abilities. Spores have also been optimized, and they've added the stats for Saryn's Molt speed buff and duration to the ability screen in the arsenal. Moving on from that, we got Dojo Remaster Part 2 with the lighting remaster. So you can access this by going to your dojo, chucking down a polychrome, and it will be in the options there. Now, we also received the whole rework to the obstacle course system, where we can now create our own obstacle course. So there's a shit ton of new items in there to be able to customize and make your own obstacle course, and you do that by going to the course room and working from there. Now, in relation to what I just said, there's new items for the obstacle course itself. There's also new items for the dojo. So we have 37 new Tenno decorations, 54 Arcane decorations, and 5 new pigments for your dojo. Now, the Shard Black will drop from Bombalus, Tower White Condrox, Diva Grey from Tusk Bombards, Wisp Grey from Skiff Pilots, and Mortis Pink from Kawakas. Now, we also received the new particle system. Nothing much to really go over here, it's just all the particles have been revamped, and it's now running off of their own home-built particle system, and it's available for every GPU manufacturer, and it'll come to consoles eventually. Now, you can change the settings for the particles in your settings. You can go off, low, medium, high, and ludicrous if you want to see that your computer can run it. Moving on from that, we got 3 new augments for Sentinels, with one being a rework for the Looter augment, which destroys loot crates within a 12-meter radius just by doing a simple. Now, for Reawaken, that's for the Jin Sentinel, and that makes it so upon dying, it will automatically revive itself after 90 seconds. As for the third one, that goes to Worm with Negate, and Sentinel prevents status effects from applying to its owner once every 5 seconds, so they seem pretty fucking useless. Now, all of these can be purchased from Samaris' offerings in the relay, so if you want to get them and you have the points, go and purchase them there. Now, for players on PC that use controllers, you now have the new controller and cursor system, where it's an actual cursor, kind of like Destiny's HUD system, where it's a little cursor and you just take it around to each of the tabs. Whether that's good or not, I have no idea because I don't use a controller on PC. Now, moving on from that, the Scrambus and Combo units have also seen their changes, which we previously saw in a dev stream, and that basically makes it so the Nullifying Aura is now an ability that has to be casted by the units themselves, and upon casting, it will highlight the unit, and then an orb will expand from the unit's position and disrupt any player's abilities for 2.5 seconds. Now, if you do shoot the helmet off of the Scrambus units, it will disable the ability entirely for the duration of the unit's lifespan. Now, the Darshan in the Plains of Eidolon has also seen some changes. They have increased the projectile damage from 250 to 450, and increased its clip size from 50 to 75. They've also increased the spawn frequency of the Darshan patrols, and idle Darshan encounters when roaming the plains. Now, you can also use a couple of abilities onto these Darshans to transition into them. So the first one is Archwing straight into the Darshan, you get behind it, and then execute a finisher. There's also Loki Switch Teleport, where you use it on the pilot, you'll go straight to the Darshan itself, and finally shooting the pilot will just cause the Darshan fall straight to the ground, and you can pick it up there. Now, Spearfishing has also seen a HUD change as well. All the items that you have equipped will be shown in the bottom right hand side of your screen when fishing to make it easier to understand, and it also works like a Warframe ability where you'll have a hotkey to switch to each of the items you have available. Now, the Grenier Shipyard Defense tile set has also seen some changes. They've improved the defense target navigation by changing the pathing. They have built additional buildings around the defense target path at both defense locations. They've added additional enemy spawn locations for each defense location, giving the AI more of a 360-degree attack option. They've adjusted turrets within the level. They've added additional cover and attack routes for the AI. The rail upon which the defense tram travels on is now electrified, and they've moved the hack panels to make them easier to find in certain Grenier tile sets. Now, the Equinox alternate helmet is finally here. It is been like a year or so, I believe, since they first started working on it, but it is now in the game and you can pick it up for platinum. Now they've also added another peculiar mod into the game. This one is shooting an enemy with a weapon will cause their limbs to expand and inflate. You can pick this up in the Sanctuary Onslaught game mode. The operator also received new UI, where it's just a straight equipment, focus, and appearance tabs that you click instead of going further down the rabbit hole. They've added new music to the star chart and loading screens. They've added a north indicator to both the Plains of Eidolon minimap and advanced map. They've added a show ability banner on cast toggle to your interface options, which would make it so it says the text when you cast an ability. You can replay the Once Away quest. They have added the repurposed Kuva defense tileset into the Kuva survival missions. Objects that attract weapon fire, like mags magnetized, will now do so in a more logical way. They've added a claim all button to the foundry, and weekly leaderboards will now show a reset timer for anyone that gives a fuck about that. They've added a new camera UI to the advanced mode in the Captura. They now show what camera is being highlighted. They've added tooltips to help you know what's going on with these settings. Captura text now supports commas. They have improved the speed multiplier controls for controllers, and they've fixed cinematic mode but not reappearing when swapping these settings. As for Khora, there is some changes here. They've increased the range of ensnare, removed the line of sight check from ensnare to make it more reliable. Range mods will now affect Whipclaw's AoE radius, but it is capped. Khora's Whipclaw can now damage decorations, crates, barrels, etc. Khora's Kvat now teleports to a given target instead of actually running there. They've changed Khora's Venari animations from domestic Kvat to feral Kvat, and adjusted a number of Syandanas to fit Khora better. They also tweaked Venari's command sounds. Now, as for fixes, they fixed a foot shuffle animation with Whipclaw. They fixed the glitch where if you used Whipclaw on an instant enemy and spread it to nearby enemies and killed the initial enemy, the others would wake up. That is no longer the case. They fixed Khora's Venari getting locked in her attack mode when attempting Mastery Rank test. They fixed infinite re-whipping for Khora's Whipclaw by flailing the camera around rapidly. They fixed Ospreys not being fully disabled by Khora's ensnare. And they fixed Venari freezing in place when entering the Plains of Eidolon and duplicating if you went back out. Now, Napalm and Rocket Bombards received some quality of life changes. As for Bombards, they have reduced the explosion radius from 6 meters to 4 meters. They have lowered the Tusk Bombard's base health from 350 to 300. And they fixed the smoke trail disappearing after a short duration after firing. Now, as for Napalm, they've reduced the explosion radius from 10 meters to 4. Why the fuck was it 12? Jesus Christ. They've reduced lifespan of fire explosion effects from 10 seconds to 7 seconds, and they've added a damage element to those fire effects. And they've also done the same with the Bombard, making it so the smoke trail follows the rocket until it blows up. Now, as for changes to the base game, melee attacks will no longer sweep through walls or objects. Numerous weapons have received the PBR treatment. These include the Flux Rifle, Lanker, Ram, Kraken, Marelock, Grinlock, Cronin, Karak, Twin Gremlins, Bruck, and the Seer. The Ceramic Dagger has also received a new look. They've made nearly 10,000 micro-optimizations to a number of scripts, including Warframe powers, precepts, enemy logic, the weapon behaviors, game modes, and the UI. Harrow's Condemn, Thurible, and Gara's Shattered Lash can now be used on ziplines. Gara's Splinter Storm now applies a HUD buff when casted. Operators now emit pain grunts when experiencing fall damage. Eidolon lures will now wait until the Eidolon has fully disappeared to be auto-destroyed. They've removed the Related Items tab from Syndicate Offerings, opened even more previously locked treasure walls in the Void. You can now spawn in the observatory upon returning to the dojo after a mission. They increased the door opening speeds on the Grineer Settlement and Grineer Galleon tile sets. They polished the animations of the Steel Meridian and Cephalon Suda Syndicate Handshake emotes. They reduced the frequency of large Grineer Settlement tiles appearing in extermination missions to help them feel a little less long. They removed legacy loot crates from Void Onslaught tiles. They increased the time given by targets in round 11 Mastery Rank tests from 3.5 seconds to 5 seconds. They turned down the volume of bullet impacts on players' flesh and shield. They changed the dead end message that appears when viewing a dojo expansion doorway upon hitting room limit to say maximum room count reached. Crouching is now stateful. If you let go of a crouch when in a small tunnel, your Warframe will now stand up when it can. They've updated the ambience in the simulacrum by removing repeating music loops. They revised and improved several rock and cave materials and meshes. Quality of life changes for Grineer cell doors in rescue missions. They changed the marker on the panel used to move the tram in one of the Grineer asteroid tiles to use a different icon. They disabled challenges in some quest missions, such as use your first power 5 times. They made a number of fixes and changes to the co-op doors in the Corpus rescue missions. They changed the default state to locked where the doors were closing to fix spawning issues. They replaced markers with a new type. They added state icons to all the doors. They added a new marker type on panels for consistency. They added activation sounds to the door context actions. They aligned door hints with the ground and changed widths to fit the doors. They removed the panels from the opposite side of the door. They shortened the delay before the doors open when panels are activated. They fixed the door closing after being opened, fixed materials on the tram door so it doesn't look like a dead end, and they fixed some broken material script properties. They also polished the idle animations, agile and noble, spear gun variant animations. They updated several ability stat descriptions to make them clearer, standardized format across all Warframe ability descriptions, so they converted decimals to whole numbers. They changed range to radius for several Warframe abilities as well. Now, syndicate pickups are now auto-marked on the first pickup, removed erroneous stats for Sentinel UI, such as energy and sprint speed. Lotus is now less chatty in the Fisher missions. They also shortened and simplified most levels for Boar's Prize mission. They adjusted the Mithra sign data based on feedback. Arcane ranks are now on the side of the icon rather than in the name field. You can now purchase multiple copies of Arcane blueprints in Hawk and Quill's offerings. They increased the in-mission volume of Octavia's horror sound pack by 0.5 decibels. They tweaked the Nova Lamia skin to better match the Steam Workshop images. They tweaked the Skyron Zephyr skin to be more shiny and metallic instead of matte. They tweaked the emissives of the Excalibur Sentient Slayer skin. They tweaked the Malzer Oculus Lisette skin to improve the emissive details. Exodius Contagion Infested Grenade 30-meter damage multiplier will now also take into account your combo multiplier. They have moved the Earth to Kull node slightly to not overlap quest text. Onslaught mission credits are now rewarded every 2 successful zones. The Meshuzu sign dana is now animated. They've replaced primary and secondary tiles of Argonaut fire models with semi and auto. You can now fast travel to navigation in the pause menu once you have your observatory completed in the dojo. They've tweaked the Harrow's Penance impact sound to have a less high frequency ringing, repositioned the simulacrum's enemy selector settings and kill enemy buttons, and they changed the Ghoul Purge World State window text from progress 0 to 100% to Ghoul Activity 100 to 0% to be more in line with other events. Now, as for fixes, they're up on your screen because this is being way too fucking long. There was also a number of other changes, but once again, it's going to be a seriously long video, so watch the individual videos for these updates. So, we also got Hotfix 22.20.1 after that, 20.2, 20.3, 20.4, 20.5, 20.6, and 20.7. So everything up until 22.20.7 had some Saryn changes inside of them, but 22.20.8 brought some changes to the dojo, and more specifically to Trinity. So with the dojo, you now have a decorator role for the dojo hierarchies, where that role is specifically for people who want to decorate and remove decorations from individual rooms without having the ability to destroy rooms in your dojo. Now, they also added a contribute all button to the dojo room, dojo decoration resource contributions, and the dojo research contribution screens. There's also a reset button for the obstacle course creation room. Now, the change to Trinity, they made it so Trinity, Nidus, and Necros, their damage link abilities, will no longer transmit self-damage to the tethered target. And then for 22.20.9, they doubled the maximum amount of loadout slots you can purchase with Platinum. It is now at a maximum of 20. They've increased Void Fisher spawn rates in the Fisher excavation missions. The recruitment chat channel can now be accessed while in the dojo, and some more changes inside of there. Update 23 is here in Warframe. Now, in order to start the cinematic quest, The Sacrifice, you will need to complete every quest up until the Apostasy Prologue. Now, upon completing the Apostasy Prologue, you can start the Sacrifice by going into your Codex quest log and starting the Sacrifice there. And upon completing the Sacrifice, you'll get the main gist of the content that came in Update 23. Besides that, we also got some cosmetics in the update with Umbra Armor, the Umbra Companion Armor, and the Dax Sign Dana. Now you can get all of that stuff in a collection for the Sacrifice collection, and that is pretty cheap for what you're getting. There's also the Umbra in Action Glyph, and some Operator cosmetics coming in the form of a blindfold, diadem, earpiece, and hooded scarf, each of which do cost platinum. By going into the Operator customization and purchasing it there, you can't go through the market, and they are rather expensive for what they are. Now, also in the update came the changes to the UI. Now, they will be continuing the UI 3.0 process over the future of the year. You will see when you log into the game that the login screen has changed. That is one of the 8 screens that have seen changes with the new UI passover. So the actual screens that have changed are the login screen, the inventory management screen, storefronts such as Barrow, the Captura screen, and the new addition of the actual UI 3.0 customization screen. In order to customize your screen, you will have to go into your settings, go into UI customization, and boom, you can edit from there. Now, each of the themes that came in the update will cost 50 platinum. There is about 6 of them that you do have to purchase, but you do get 3 themes for free. So, I guess that's a fucking fair trade, even though I don't believe it. Moving on from that, however, Exalted weapons now have their own individual modding section for those weapons. So, Excalibur's Exalted Blade, Ivara's Artemis Bow, Mesa's Regulators, Titania's Dex Pixia, and the Daiwata, so you'll have to dump a shit ton of Forma into both of those weapons, Valkyr's Talons, and Wukong's Iron Staff. So, enjoy the fucking Forma that you'll have to place into them. Now, these Exalted weapons will not add mastery to your mastery rank. Exalted weapons don't have Riven mods generated for them. Titania's Dex Pixia will now use secondary mods as well. Melee Exalted weapons will now have their stance mod permanently displayed in the modding UI for those curious, and it's as simple as that. Now, Limbo also saw some changes since he does have his Limbo Prime access coming up soon. So basically, stasis will only stop time for the enemies, and no longer for his teammate. And the duration of that ability has been reduced from 30 seconds to 15 seconds as well. Now, the controller also saw some more changes going off the feedback with the recent update before it, and for those interested about the PC controller changes, they're up on your screen, you can read them here. I won't go over them because I can't actually show the changes that were made. Now, moving on to general additions that came to the game, Onko now has new items in his shop with Eidolon relics and more, as well as his own cave scene for Captura. Old Man Sumbat now has offerings as well. He has a number of orbiter decorations in there. They are extremely expensive, but if you want to get them, go right ahead. Now, High Luck also has a boot decoration for your orbiter as well, so if you want to get that and highlight all the boots that you have from fishing, you can do so by purchasing that decoration from High Luck herself. They added some more particles and effects to Saryn and Octavia's abilities. They added a new challenge for completing the Sacrifice quest, whatever that means, and they added a new description to Captura's scenes. Now, as for general changes that came in the update, Excalibur Prime's armor has been raised from 250 to 300, the Terrorless, Gauntless, and Hydralist will no longer regenerate shields immediately after teleporting from being stuck. They increased Titania's Daiwata damage to 200, the critical chance to 20%, and the critical multiplier to 2 times. They slightly lowered the Battlist and Conquerless base health from 1300 to 1150. They also slightly reduced the Battlist projectile damage. You can now include the end sign in your Zor weapon naming. They did some audio polishing for the Sanctuary Onslaught game mode. They made a shit ton more micro optimizations. The Ancient and Scorpion grappling hooks no longer go through Gara's mass vitrifier wall. They moved the UI cursor sensitivity setting from controls to interface. They moved Cetus Wisp and Maprico tree spawn points a bit further away from the water in the northwestern corner of the plains. After the target is captured in a capture mission, the levels will automatically turn off after 1 minute, and enemy spawns will stop after 2 minutes. Stunning or knocking down Conculus during their Whirlwind ability and Battleist during their omnidirectional laser ability will now cancel those abilities. They remove the Steam controller icons from the list of selectable sets and swap them with the Xbox One icons. They remove the max enemy count reach message from the Simulacrum enemy selector screen. Punch-through mods will no longer affect the Zenith's alternate fire deployable disc. GPU particles are now part of the Melee Slam Spark by default. They increase the size of the focus lens icon to be on par with the size of former Mastery and other icons. They optimized the survival HUD slightly. They updated the show friend invite notifications in your gameplay options to show friend request notifications, and they also changed the receive friend invites from to receive friend requests from. They also improved the decoration placement camera collision, and they updated some of the structures in the Corpus Gas City tile set. Operator hoods will also now appear open and masks removed when they are involved in a cutscene. As for fixes, they are up on your screen, you can read them here or read them on the forums. Now moving on from the update, we got two hotfixes just after the release with 23.0.1 and 23.0.2. Hotfix 23.0.3, this brought Limbo Prime access into the game. It comes with Limbo Prime, the Destreza Prime, and Piranha Prime. If you want their relics, they're up on your screen, or you can just watch the video where I cover everything in that Prime Access pack. Now, because we have a new Prime Access live in Warframe, it means a few items are going into the Prime Vault. These items include Necros Prime, Galatine Prime, and the Tigris Prime, and because of them entering the vault, it means the sacrifices for the syndicates has changed once again. So, the Necros Prime Neuroptics for the Arbiters of Hexus has changed to Mirage Prime systems. For Cephalon Suitor, Necros Prime's chassis has been replaced with Oberon Prime's chassis. For the Steel Meridian, Necros Prime's Neuroptics are now Zephyr Prime chassis, and for the Galatine Prime Blade, in the Steel Meridian, it's the Sybaris Prime stock sacrifice now. We also got UI improvements and fixes in this update as well. They improved the visibility of Arcane rank indication icons. They fixed hovering over certain mods in the Syndicate offering screen, not displaying their description correctly. Fixed a case where you couldn't confirm item selection in a variable selection case, such as picking fish for the personal quarters aquariums. Fixed the Equinox background having the wrong UI when selecting it in the UI customization screen, and they fixed the upgrade screen for some Exalted weapons having the wrong capitalization. As for the base game changes that came in that hotfix, they brought the platinum reduction for the Dax Nikana skin and the Sacrifice collection, and you can get the Nikana for 35 platinum by itself and the collection for 400 platinum. If you bought either of those items before that hotfix, you've received a refund for the difference between the prices. They've also changed the player marker to now attach to the body part that you were looking at when you mark. Specters will now attempt to fight and fire their weapons even when cloaked, and they've removed the defense cryopod from the Rainier Shipyard Interception tile set. Going into spoiler territory, I guess, the Sacrifice quest changes and fixes. Upon dying, Sentience Umbra will now stand still instead of forcing transference. They remove the ability for Umbra to trigger Operator Virtuous Fury. They remove the prime passive of Energy Pulse on Orokin Void Death Orbs applying to Umbra, so he no longer gets that extra bonus of energy. They fix the inability to apply Umbra Agile and Nobile animations to other Warframes. Fix the Operator Magus Nourish not restoring health over time to Umbra while transference is active. They tweaked Umbra's Howl to have the same animation time and speed as a Radial Blind. They tweaked positioning of the Orokin symbols and area markers to help players find the markings closest to the Orokin cipher first. They removed the 2-second delay between destroying vines and the door defense stage of the quest. They fixed clients teleporting to Umbra's position instead of the other way around when transferring back into their Warframe. They fixed the Spritsail Prime leg armor attachment point embedding into Umbra's leg, and they fixed having a perpetual helm assist on Sentience Umbra. As for the fixes that came in that hotfix, they are up on your screen. We had hotfix 23.0.4. This brought us the Tosun Collection 2 into the game, and it is the Tosun skins for the Kotak and Stubber, as well as the Tosun skin variant of the Magor armor set, and the Magor signed Dana. And if you want it, you can purchase it for 180 platinum in the market. We also had the Vitruvian Glyph Pack, which is a Sacrifice quest related one, and you can pick it up for 80 platinum or each individual glyph for 20 platinum. We also had UI improvements. They added a toggle for showing the item labels on inventory items, and that toggle can be found in your interface options. It's off by default, so if you actually want the functionality of it, you will have to turn it on. They added a default sort option in the syndicate offering screen, where it sorts the offerings with Warframe augments, syndicate weapons, Captura scenes, and other items. They increased the opacity of the mission voting UI panel to help readability. They flipped the blueprint icon so that the affinity icon is on the top right. The reusable blueprint label is now displayed on appropriate recipes. They replaced the own text on the UI themes with a cleaner checkmark icon, and if you have multiple versions of an item, it'll just say a number as well as a checkmark. A number of fixes in regards to the UI as well, they're available if you want to read them. And there was also controller improvements and fixes as well. Now, in regards to the changes that came in this hotfix, they tweaked the Oblivia Prime Syndana offset to be proportionally equal on numerous Warframes. However, it still doesn't fix the issue that people have, because it still doesn't look as long as it does in the promotional material of the Prime Access page. They replaced the Bounty level 40 to 60 relic with the Axie 03 relic. They also optimized frame rate slightly in defection missions. They removed unobtainable Planes of Eidolon lore fragments in the codex, and specters can no longer trigger Operator Virtuous Arcanes. They removed the ability to put sacrificial mods on Archwing melee weapons. They fixed Umbra triggering Operator Virtuous Arcanes. They fixed Umbral set bonuses not functioning after a host migration. Fixed receiving Umbra after failing the Confront Umbra mission, fixed obtaining Umbra too early if you change your arsenal loadout right before equipping him, fixed clients transferring into Umbra killing their forward momentum, and fixed floating symbols in the Oricon Cipher puzzle being invisible if your Warframe is cloaked. And as for the fixes that came in Hotfix 23.0.4, they're up on your screen. There was then 23.0.5, UI improvements once again, controller improvements once again, and changes. Now, the only real change here is that Oricon cells will now have a little pop-up notification when picked up. They improved the Riftwalker Prime sigil to be more metallic. We received new augments in the latest hotfix, Hotfix 23.0.6, and these augments are as followed. So first off, there's Nidus's Ravenous augment, Insatiable. It makes it so Nidus gains a 60% chance at getting an additional mutation stack whenever he gains one while standing in the Ravenous infestation. You can pick this augment up at the Steel Meridian or Perrin sequence for 25,000 standing. There's the Harrow augment, and it is called Warding Thurible. It makes it so allies that are in range take 40% less damage while you are channeling the Thurible, and it will grant 0.5 additional energy charge whenever you are damaged. And you can pick that augment up at the Arbiters of Hexus or the Red Veil. The next augment goes to Octavia and her mallet, and it is called Partitioned Mallet. It spawns 2 mallets instead of 1, but each of them will have a reduction of 50% to their range. You can pick this augment up at Cephalon Suda or the New Loka. Finally, there's Ivara's Quiver augment, which is called Empowered Quiver, and it grants 100% critical damage to allies standing on Dashwire, and for the Cloak Arrow, it will have a 100% chance to prevent status effects to those inside of it. And you can pick that one up at Cephalon Suda or the Perrin sequence. As for the rest of the hotfix, it was fixes to the UI and controller, so they fixed a case where the owned check mark on the UI wouldn't be visible even if you owned more than one. They fixed the red circle UI in Hive missions not accurately reflecting the Hive search area, and they fixed the issue where the percentage of the gain from a syndicate sigil wasn't showing on the UI. They fixed the issue where pressing Y on a controller to access cinematic mode wouldn't function, the controller hotkey LT wouldn't function as the operator in the orbiter, that is now fixed, and they fixed the controller button to reset Captura settings to default not working. Now, as for the changes, they increased the Fisher enemy spawn rate for Fisher sabotage missions, and they adjusted the offset for the Sakahara Syndana on Titania to try and reduce the clipping with her wings. As for the fixes that came in this little hotfix, they're up on your screen, which was 23.0.7, and the only thing that changed here was that they optimized the HUD's performance slightly for several missions, and they tweaked the code in the game, filtering the private channels so you can play in English
but still chat in Swedish with your clan.
Hotfix, that was 23.0.8. It made some optimizations to a number of mechanics in the game, and a number of fixes to the game as well.
Update 23.1 has gone live on PC, so for those who are looking forward to TennoGen Round 13, you can now pick up the items inside of it. Those items include the Nova Corpora skin, the Excalibur Ronin skin, the Loki Kadama, Necros Grax, Zephyr Strafe, Excalibur Exaltation, Banshee Blade of the Lotus, Rhino Blade of the Lotus, Oberon Blade of the Lotus, and Trinity Blade of the Lotus. You can also get the Necros Ion Helmet. As for Sciendanas, you can get the Icaria Sciendana, the Kunshu Sciendana, the Sephirim Sciendana, the Sirahoshi Sciendana, the Sildarg Sciendana, and the Saidiko Sciendana. As for weapon skins, you can get the Aphria Polearm skin, the Eisen Sword skin, and the Ogun Hammer skin. And you can also get a Lisette skin, which is the Protege Lisette skin. As for the additions that came in this update, you can now replay the Sacrifice quest. They've also added 2 of the quest songs into your Soma Chord, however you will have to unlock it by playing through the quest once again and grabbing the Soma Chord tomes throughout each of the missions. In regards to the changes that were made in the update, what they did was just add the Incubator Power Core into one of the rewards from completing the Earth to Mars Junction, so that it's not a hassle for new players to complete when it comes to the Howl of the Kubrau quest. As for fixes that came in this update, they are up on your screen. Hotfix 23.1.1. The additions, they added experimental IPv6 support for chat settings, so if you want to enable that, go into your settings in the chat menu and enable it if you can. They also added an open wing animation to the Icaria Sciendana, and some more TennoGen changes and fixes as well. So they moved all the TennoGen from round 13 to the top of the in-game market when viewing it through the TennoGen tab. They tweaked the Rhino Grax skin to be more accurate to the Steam Workshop images. They removed the Oberon Blade of the Lotus shoulder armor from being equipable without purchase. They corrected the Ogun Hammer skin to the proper rotation on some of the weapons, and they fixed the Sildarg Sciendana cloth materials clipping through its Sciendana sword. As for the changes, damaged mods for some reason aren't called damage mods now and are called flawed mods, because for some reason they couldn't just get rid of them and fix fucking over new players. Enemies in the Sacrifice quest will no longer drop items and resources. The Cedar Star Chart node will remain blue until you complete 1 bounty. They corrected an issue which caused particle systems to create excessive collision effects, and they also removed the Soma Chord fragments from spawning in the last mission of the Sacrifice quest. And they also made some Soma Chord and Manticore changes as well. So all of your Manticore songs will now appear in the Soma Chord in between your unlocked tracks and your locked tracks. And all of those Manticore songs will now repeat for 10 loops, which are 80 seconds. They added a per song autoplay toggle to the Soma Chord, so right-clicking a song will now disable it from being in the autoplay rotation, and the song itself will be dimmed. But if you still want to play that song, you can just click on it and play it. The Manticore tunes will also stop if you enter the market or the star chart. There's also controller fixes and base game fixes, so if you want to read them, boom, they're up on your screen. Hotfix 23.1.2 has launched on PC, and it has brought the Prime Vault into its live rotation. You'll have up until the 20th of September this year to get all the items included in it by farming out the relics or just by purchasing it straight from the Prime Vault. Now the items included are Nyx Prime, the Hekau Prime, the Skindo Prime, Rhino Prime, Boltor Prime, and the Anchorus Prime, as well as their accessory packs, which include the Distiller Extractor Prime, the Valor Sugatra, Targus Prime Armor Set, the Noru Sciendana, and of course the Prime Glyphs. Now for those that just want the relic locations, they drop in the Void. Much like they did with the last Prime Vault return, instead of the Plains of Eidolon, they now only drop in the Void. And of course, you can get them out of your Syndicate packs. Now on screen is a graph by a Reddit user, Satish1986, and he's listed the drop chances and the locations for each of the 4 relics that you can farm. Now as for purchasing the Prime Vault items, you can go to the Prime Vault page on the Warframe website, and you can pick up a Dual Pack, which is $67, a Nyx or Rhino Pack, which is $45, And then you have the accessories packs, which are $22 each, and they only come with the accessories for either frame and 200 platinum. The Nyx accessories comes with Targus Prime and the Valor Sugatra, and the Rhino Prime accessories comes with the Noru Syandana and the Distilling Extractor Prime blueprint. And that is the Prime Vault information. There was also more controller changes and fixes that came in this hotfix, so if you're using a controller, make sure to have a read of that. As for the changes that came in the base game, you now have 2 rounds to complete in sortie interception missions instead of 3. They have adjusted the extreme color corrections on the Corpus Outpost tileset, they've optimized performance for the companion precepts, and the Kavats are now included in the description for DNA stabilizers in the market. As for fixes that came in this hotfix, you can read them here or you can check them out on the Warframe forum thread. Update 23.1.3 has gone live on PC, and you can now get the Nidus Deluxe skin through the in-game market by itself for 150 platinum, or you can purchase the collection for 375 platinum. The collection comes with the Nidus Deluxe skin, a deluxe skin for the claw weapon types, the Nossa Syandana, which is a winged Syandana, and it also includes a helmet charger skin, as well as a armor set for your Kubrau or your charger. Now when it comes to the Syandana, it will act like any of the TennoGen created winged Syandanas, where it'll be folded up during combat and aiming down your sight, but when you're aim gliding, the wings will be open. As for the rest of the hotfix, they fixed an issue where the virtual cursor would get its position reset on certain screens when it came to controllers, and as for fixes, they're up on your screen. You can read them here or you can check them out on the Warframe forum thread, but there is one that I would like to take note, and that is that they removed the bleed out state condition for unlocking a Riven when it came to killing dropship passengers. Anyway, that concludes this video. Update 23.2 is live on PC. It has come with 3 new noggles and a new glyph pack. The noggles include Limbo, Atlas, and Chroma, and you can pick them up in the market for 35 platinum each. As for the glyph pack, it is the designer glyph pack, and it comes with glyphs for Avara, Umbra, Kayla Dethame, Lotus, Mesa Deluxe, Nidus Deluxe, a Nidus glyph, an Oberon glyph, and a toon version of Clem and the Lotus. You can pick that up in the market for 150 platinum, and besides that, there's no real content besides these changes. They've made Primed Quick Draw tradable, they've updated the high contrast UI theme based on players' feedback. Pressing enter when typing in the chat window and a game invite is open on your screen will now prioritize the chat window over the game invite, and that also applies to the in-game market as well. The weapons displayed on Hawk's entitlement screen will now show information such as mastery, rank, and former count, so it helps you choose between one Zor that may look exactly like one that you've already formed and upgraded. Finally, personal platinum and credit values will now appear in the Arsenal UI as well as your menu screen when in Cetus or a relay. There's also controller fixes, so if you use a controller, make sure to have a read of that. And then as for the fixes, just going to go over a few here. They've fixed the shared affinity not properly spreading between all of your equipment, such as your Exalted blades when active. They've fixed abilities being permanently blocked in Sanctuary Onslaught if you enter a portal as an operator but transfer back to your Warframe, and they also fixed whip animations. So for the rest of the fixes, make sure to have a read of them. They are up on your screen, or you can head over to the forum post. A link will be in the description. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Next up was Hotfix 23.2.1. Brought some fixes. If you want to have a read of them, do that. Update 23.3 is here on PC, and players can pick up the Bombard Deluxe Citadel collection for 225 platinum. This collection includes the Bombard Deluxe skin, the Heavy Blade skin, and the Sugatra. You can also pick up the skin by itself if that's what you want, and that will cost you 150 platinum. Now, as for the changes that came in the update, there were some changes to Bombard first, kind of like his rework, which is absolute trash. So what they did was make Vauban's passive now deal 25% extra damage to incapacitated enemies, so enemies affected by CC. His Tesla is now a hold to charge ability, and upon charging it you get increased damage and status chance, but by the time you fucking fully charge it and throw it down, it's basically pointless. They've increased the particle effect size for a fully charged Tesla. The Repelling Bastille augment now pushes additional enemies outwards every 4 seconds, and they've fixed some particles on the projectile, not using energy colors for clients. As for the changes that came in the update, empty inventory slots will now appear with an empty slot UI text for better recognition, and they've increased the gain on your Soma Chord tune. Then we had Hotfix 23.3.1, which added new Lotus transmissions for the Kuva Siphon missions, and they made some changes to Vauban as well. One is irrelevant now, but they also made subtle tweaks to Vauban's Citadel skin for more consistent metal tint. And then the fixes for both the hotfix and the update are up on your screen. You can read them here, or you can check out the forum post. Moving on from devstream information though, we had Hotfix 23.3.2 on PC. Basically all it did was increase the scale of Vauban's heavy blade skin from his deluxe collection. Update 23.4 is live on PC, and players can now play the Frame Fighter game mode. Now in order to do so, you will need 50,000 Samara standing, and then visit him in any of the relays and purchase the Ludoplex. Now when it comes to the Ludoplex, it is a decoration for your orbiter, so you will need to place it somewhere in your orbiter to start playing Frame Fighter. Now also inside the Ludoplex is the new access to Wormius and Flappy Zephyr, so if you want to play them from now on, you will have to buy their ROMs from Samaris as well, which is a double purchase of 25,000 standing for each of the game modes, on top of the initial purchase of the Ludoplex. So going back to Frame Fighter, if you want to start it, place down your Ludoplex, engage with it, and then simply click Frame Fighter. From there, invite your friends using the invite bar on the top of the screen, and when it comes to choosing fighters, you will have your own fashion frame available to your characters, and in order to get the other Warframes in the game, you will have to go around the star chart and scan new fragments located around each tile set, and depending on the fragment you scan, you will get a Warframe. For example, here I got Nezha. Also in update 23.4 was 3 new operator amp components. We have a new prism, scaffold, and brace. The requirements to build them are up on your screen, as well as the cost of them at Onko's shop. We also received the natural Dojo decorations, which was announced in the last dev stream. So if you like doing Dojo fashion, you can now use numerous items such as grass fields, ice rocks from Venus or Pluto, red rocks from Mars, as well as the default earth rocks. You can also have a number of foliage and little bamboo trees. There's a lot of variety now when it comes to the natural decorations, so if you want to use them, they're available in the natural tab for your dojo. We also received a HUD damage indicator for Gara's Splinter Storm ability, and for those that like making dojo obstacle courses in your dojo, you can now place directional arrows in your course. Now going back to the amps that we got, we have some changes coming to the ones we already have. So for the Moat amp, they've converted the beam of the weapon to reflect that of the changes made earlier in the year to every other beam weapon in the game, as well as adding an extra 10 meters of range when it is gilded. For the Wrap Lack Prism, they've increased the damage from 1,000 to 3,000, the critical chance has been increased from 30% to 38%, and the critical damage has been increased from 2.2 times to 2.6, and the fire rate has been decreased from 5.4 shots per second to 2. For the Grand Mu Prism, the radial damage has been increased from 1,000 to 1,400, the radial size has been increased from 3 meters to 3.5, and the direct impact damage has been decreased from 1,200 to 1,000. The Pencha Scaffold will now add 2 meters of punch through to your amp, and the Kleb Rick Scaffold has also received the same change as the Moat amp, which is that it will now act like all the other beam weapons in the game. As for the changes to the base game, they've optimized the Chesa Kubrow's Retrieve Precept, they've made micro-optimizations to the precepts for the Helminth Charger, as well as the Sahasha Kubrow Dig Precept, and they've also made it so a sound will play when using the middle click selection in your inventory screen. As for the fixes for this update, they're up on your screen. So in Hotfix 23.4.1, Cephalon fragments, Soma Chord tones, and the character data can now spawn all in the same mission if you have good luck. So that's a good quality of life change there.
Earlier today, we had Hotfix 23.4.2. Now, this hotfix brought some major change to that of capture missions. So if you ran any of the capture missions, specifically Galatea on Neptune, especially for Oxium, this is going to affect you a lot, as this completely fucks over that. So what they've done is made it so the capture target now has a 1-minute bleed out timer. So continuing from now on, you can't down the target and then survive farming the resources. So if you're an Oxium farmer, you're going to have to find another method because they've fucked you over with this one once again. So add Galatea on Neptune to the removed methods of Oxium farming alongside Bale and Cerberus. Also in this hotfix was some changes to the recently released Fahad scaffold. One of these changes was making it so the projectiles actually now go through Volt's electric shield. They also made it so the projectiles will bounce 10 times at max. And they also fixed the extreme boost of damage when it came to a gilded version of the scaffold. So now it will deal 3000 damage on impact. The radial damage within 5 meters will now be 3100, with no fall off going on the detonation or last bounce. Knockdown has been added to the radial damage. It's now 12% status chance, 34% critical chance, and a 2.6 times critical damage multiplier. And then, as for the changes that came in the hotfix, just like in hotfix 23.4.1, Cephalon fragments, Somachord tones, and now Frame Fighter character data can now have a chance to spawn alongside each other in missions. They've also made it so Excalibur Umbra will unlock for Frame Fighter once you've completed the Sacrifice quest. And they also made it so the Frame Fighter character select menu will list the locked fighters, and it will also state which planet you can find the character data on to actually unlock them. Next up was fixing the bug where the Katir Sakhara would be placed on your feet instead of your shoulders, and they also said that they're still working on all the other issues with that specific Sakhara. Update 23.5 is live on PC with the Mask of the Revenant. You can pick up Revenant through the in-game market for 325 platinum. It will include an Orokin reactor and a Warframe slot. Or you can pick up the collection for 640 platinum. Or if you don't have platinum, you can farm for his parts as part of the Mask of the Revenant mini quest. Now to start said quest, you will first have to have access to the operator by completion of the second Dream and War Within, and you will also need to be at least Observer Rank 2 within the Quill Syndicate. If you meet those requirements, talk to Nikuk, the Operator Mask vendor in Cetus, and select her new dialogue option. From there, equip the Revenant Mask onto your Warframe and head out onto the plains of Eidolon during the night phase. While out on the plains, you will need to head to a number of highlighted areas on the map and engage in a small interaction within them. Once you've repeated the process a number of times at each of the areas, you can head back to Cetus and farm the parts for Revenant through the Cetus bounty system. Now back to Revenant itself. Its passive provides a knockdown to any nearby enemies once his shields are depleted. Its first ability, Enthrall, converts enemies into teammates for a short duration. Its second ability, Mesmer Skin, acts as a shield that reflects the damage back to the aggressing enemy and stuns them for a short duration. During that stun, said enemy can be enthralled, free of energy cost. Its third ability, Reeve, allows the player to phase through enemies and in doing so will regain health and shields. And its fourth ability, Dance Macabre, sends beams out of the hands of Revenant and spins around while doing so. Now, while spinning, the ability has a chance to adapt to other damage types. Hitting armored enemies has a chance to adapt to corrosive damage. Hitting shields has a chance to adapt to magnetic. And hitting infested flesh can adapt to gas damage. The ability itself has a 20% status chance, which can be increased on top of the range and damage of the ability by holding down your default fire button, the left mouse click, for those that have changed it up. Now you can also gain shields by killing the enthralled enemies with the ability. Now moving on to the Phantasma Shotgun, which is the new sentient themed shotgun. Now this weapon fires a continuous beam. However, as for its secondary fire, it acts as a charge-up grenade launcher, that upon impact of the grenade, it sends out a bunch of auto-targeting micro-grenades. The secondary fire does deal self-damage, so just be aware of that. Now back to the collection I mentioned beforehand.
The Revenant collection costs 640 platinum. It includes Revenant, his alternate helmet, which by itself costs 75 platinum, the Phantasma, the Revenant armor set, once again by itself being 100 platinum, and a Kavat armor set, which costs 90 platinum. As for the other additions in the update, there is a new Grenier background theme for the UI that costs 50 platinum, and there is now watermarks for each of the vendors in-game. The final item to note is that you can find Revenant's Frame Fighter character data on Earth. As for the fixes to the base game, as well as the changes and fixes for Frame Fighter, they are up on your screen, you can read them here, or you can check them out on the forum post, as the links are in the description.
Update 23.6 is live on PC, and players can now start and engage in the Pyrus project. This is the mini relay event that they have been teasing for a year and a bit, and you will have up until September 13th at 12:30 PM Eastern Time in order to complete the 4 reconstruction tasks at hand. First off, when logging into the game, you will receive a new blueprint called the Relay Strut Component. This is a blueprint for one of the resources you need in order to complete a task, that being the Relay Strut Component. However, in order to build those, you will need Trambera Essence, which can be farmed from normal enemies on Earth, Mercury, Saturn, or Ceres. The second task at hand is to defeat the Grustark 3 times. Now, during this period of the Pyrus project being available on PC, the Grustark 3 will have a high chance of spawning in any regular mission on Earth, Mercury, Ceres, and Saturn, as long as the enemies are higher than level 3, and they won't drop their normal resources, so if you think you're going to get the Bruck that way, you won't. The third task is to complete a Samaras Daily Synthesis mission, and you can do this by going to Cephalon Samaras on any of the relays, talking to him and selecting the Do You Have Any Targets dialogue option, and accepting it. Now, depending on the enemy that appears on your screen, you may have to Google it to find out what planet they load onto if you're not familiar with them. So do that, and make sure you have a synthesis scanner available in your gear wheel in order to scan the 4 different points that you need to in order to capture them. Complete that the required amount of times, head back to Samaras on the relay once you've done it, hand in the challenge, get the endo and the standing, and that will complete that task. The fourth and final task is the Pyrus Essence. You will need to have 30 in order to contribute it to the kiosk on the Strata Relay Reconstruction site. Now, for the Pyrus Essence, you will need to find Essence carriers on any of the Earth, Mercury, Saturn, and Ceres missions, and it will give you an icon when they appear on the map, so make sure to look at that and then head to it. Once the target gets downed, you will have 30 seconds to capture it and earn the resource before he disappears, and you'll have to try again by starting the mission again. Now, once you complete those 4 tasks, you'll have one more task at hand, and that is defeating Sargus Ruck. Upon doing so, you will get the following items: a Pistol Riven mod, the Ember Reprise Noggle, a Zylock with a slot and catalyst already available, and the Athari Lisette skin. And before I forget, they also added the NPCs from Cetus as well as Fortuna to the relays around the star chart, so that's also pretty fucking cool. And that is literally the event. It is really nothing special besides rebuilding one of the relays. Now, moving on to the rest of the changes and fixes and whatnot in this update. The first of which is to Revenant. So they have increased his Enthrall cap from 4 enemies to 7. The Dance Macabre energy cost has been increased from 12.5 to 20 energy per second. Reeve now looks more like a Vonvolus charge, definitely better than the really shitty PNG version they had before. Don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. They added effects and sounds when Mesmer skin ends, as well as fixing issues with Dance Macabre and Thrall, as well as Mesmer skin. Also, if you end up building Revenant in your foundry, the final stage of the Mask of the Lost One quest will be available to you to complete. Finally, they fixed a case of obtaining Revenant's blueprint without obtaining the final fragment. As for the changes outside of the Warframe, the Phantasma Altfire will now seek targets in all directions instead of those behind the projectile. They tweaked the Death Machine rifle sounds to handle high fire rates better, and they made micro-optimizations to runtime, object creation, level loading, and NPC pathfinding. As for the fixes, there's 2 of note, and that is fixing the issue where Pause in Solo wasn't working,
as well as the Splinter Storm not renewing if Mass Vitrify ends just as it touches it. On, we had Hotfix 23.6.1, which added a resource effect for the Trembera Essence pickup and then fixes to the Mask of the Revenant quest, the Pyrus project, as well as to the base game. And the same thing goes for Hotfix 23.6.2. Update 23.7 is live on PC, and players can now pick up new augments. These augments are for Gara, Khora, Octavia, and Wukong. Now, as for the augments themselves and what they do, Gara's Mending Splinters augment, which is for her Splinter Storm, heals Gara for 3 health every second when you have Splinter Storm active, and it is affecting an enemy target. For Khora's Accumulating Whip Claw, it provides a 35% stacking damage bonus for every 3 enemies that you hit. This will scale for every 3 enemies that you hit. It will cap at 350% as far as I'm aware of, and it will decay after 10 seconds. We then had Octavia's Conductor augment, which is pretty simple and acts much like Chroma's Effigy augment. Upon reactivating the ability, Resonator will move to the new location with a little speed boost. And finally, there is Wukong's Enveloping Cloud. This is for Cloud Walker, and it will make it so allies within a 4 meter radius of the cloud will become invisible for 14 seconds. Now, as for where you can pick these new augments up from, the Khora augment can be picked up from the Steel Meridian or Red Veil. Gara's Mending Splinters and Wukong's Enveloping Cloud can be picked up from Arbiters of Hexus or the New Loka. And finally, Octavia's Conductor can be picked up from Cephalon Suitor or the New Loka. As for the general additions in this update, there is now a search bar in the Friends and Clan screens. You can search for a specific player, and they've also added a new timer animation for the countdown timer when voting for a mission. As for the changes in the update, we've seen UI 3.0 get rolled out a little bit more. So the input message boxes now use UI 3.0. You can now donate multiple resources and decorations to your clan vault. As for your alliance, it remains credits only, and an input message box will appear requesting that you enter the word donate before it actually donates. And for those that don't know, once you donate to a clan, you won't get the items back. Now, the same confirmation screen will appear when you're consigning one of your pets to the Lotus, basically killing them and getting them out of your fucking way, and all you have to do is re-enter the name of your companion to make sure they're gone and dead in space somewhere. They also removed Grineer commanders from Samaris' possible daily synthesis target missions. For those who use a controller, you can now press Y when you have a menu open to drop down the matchmaking options. The focus conversion screen for converting Eidolon shards into focus now uses UI 3.0 as well. They've changed the inventory sell list to show the total sell price for the items you select instead of the individual item cost and then the times. And the pause menu UI will now display the first 3 loadout items, so your Warframe, aura, and then your weapon. And the fixes for this update are up on your screen, so if you want to have a read of them, you can do so by reading it here or checking them out on the forum post. And that of Hotfix 23.7.1, they're up on your screen, you can read them here or you can check them out on the forum. Update 23.8 is live on PC, and players can now pick up the Mesa Deluxe skin, as well as experiencing his changes. So as for the Deluxe Collection, you can get the skin by itself for 150 Platinum, or you can purchase the collection as a whole for 225. The collection comes with the skin, the Buzz Howl Sign Dana, and the Tang Dagger skin. Now, as for the changes that came with Mesa in this update, we have a health increase from 225 to that of 375. However, they have decreased the shields from 225 to that of 150. Now, when it comes to the Firewalker changes, they're pretty basic. It's changed from a channel-based ability, that being it runs off your energy for however long you have energy, to a duration-based ability. They've also changed the animation to that of a small hop that won't restrict your movement. You can also continue using Firewalker when you use a Blazing Chakram teleport, so that's an added bonus there. Now, as for Blazing Chakram, they've increased the cast animation speed. You also have this new thing called Marking Enemies, where a small little ring will be rotating around an enemy, and if you kill said enemy with another hit, they have a chance to drop energy orbs as well as health orbs. They've also increased the number of targets that the disc can hit before coming back to the player, and they've added a charge mode where upon charging it, it'll just go straight out and come back to the player, and during that throw, it'll deal extra damage. As for warding Halo, it now has a new HUD icon for that of the ability, showing how much damage you have left before the ability deactivates. And they've also changed the damage reduction from that being 100% to that of 90%, so it's no longer an invulnerability ability. They've also increased the animation speed for the ability, as well as increasing the incoming damage multiplier during the invulnerability phase. Now when the ability ends, that being when the absorbed damage reaches 0, the ability will send off an AoE blast dealing fire damage to any nearby enemies. As for Divine Spears, it's simple, they just sped up the animation casting time, as well as removing the slam every time the ability ends. They've also added a small little bit of synergy, that being when you're hitting a speared enemy with a blazing chakram, it can produce a second chakram that sends off going to other nearby enemies. And there was also sound changes that came to the Warframe as well. Next up were changes to Revenant. Now his Enthrall only saw 2 changes, that being that the pillars that spawn upon the enthralled enemy's deaths will now send out projectiles, much like the Phantasma's secondary fire, that will head towards the nearest enemy. They've also made it so you can explode the pillars by using Dance Macabre on them. However, I don't understand that synergy, since by the time you use Dance Macabre, the enemies are dead, so therefore that bonus is kind of mute, but let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. The next change was that of Mesmer Skin. You can now recast the ability, so that's a really good bonus there. And as for Reeve, they've lowered the energy cost to that of 50. You will become fully immune when using the Reeve ability. And then when you use Reeve on your Thralls while Mesmer Skin is active, it can restore one of the charges, as well as using it on teammates will provide them with a protective shield for a short duration. And they've also made it so the cost of Reeve while using Dance Macabre is that of 25 energy. They've also made fixes to that of Revenant's abilities as well, so if you care about Revenant, make sure to have a read of those. Also in this update were changes to Oxium Osprey, since they nerfed Galatea on Neptune into the ground. So what they've done is made it so Oxium Ospreys spawn within the first 5 waves or rounds on Corpus Defense and Interception missions, as well as slightly increasing the spawn chance of Oxium Ospreys in all Corpus Defense Interception missions at higher waves and rounds. There were also changes to the dojo as well. There is now a system for clans called a Founding Warlord. This is the highest rank that a player can obtain in a clan, and it means you have power over everyone in the clan. Only one person can have this rank, and if the current Founding Warlord wants to leave the clan, you will have to promote another player to that of Founding Warlord, and then you can piss off and join another clan. They've also made it so you can browse the contributions into the treasury for your dojo, so you can see what resources are currently in there, how much credits you have in there as well, and just know what's in your treasury, what's in your vault for your dojos. Finally, there's the changes. Apparently Rhino now has a HUD buff indicator for his Iron Skin. However, when I was testing this and using both the standard Rhino as well as Rhino Prime, he didn't have it, so that may be a bug there. They've also reduced the requirements for a number of items in-game, those being the Mutalisk nav coordinates for the Mutalisk Alad V assassination key from 3 to 1. You will now have to have 20 NMO beacons instead of 40 to fight Ambulus, and they've also changed the cost of the Vest and Moss scans required to craft the Sunrise Apothic from 25 to 12. Health conversion also saw a change where it will only remove the stacks upon having impact to your health. They've made it so your operator facial accessory energy colors are tied to that of your overall energy color on your suit. They've increased the Anspatha brace recharge from 30 seconds to 45 seconds. They made numerous optimizations. They improved AI pathing in the Corpus Gas City tile set. They removed the ability to unintentionally equip hydraulic crosshairs or sharpened bullets on Mesa's regulators. Apparently they did not work on the ability at all. And they also made it so resource descriptions will list where you can find said resources on the star chart. And finally, they removed the special Warframe HUDs for Nidus and other Warframes from being displayed while you're in the dojo. As for fixes in this update, as well as the hotfixes that came out as of the time of recording, they are up on your screen. You can read them here, or you can check them all out on the forum post. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hopefully I kept you up to date. See you later. There was also Hotfix 23.8.1, which brought some minor changes that aren't worth noting, as well as fixes. They're up on your screen, you can read them here, or as I said beforehand, go check. Now, with the release of Hotfix 23.8.2, players can now pick up the Tenno Color Palette 2 from the in-game market or from their color correction screen. The palette itself costs 75 Platinum. They also released Plaguestar back onto PC, and it will run up until September 30th at 2 PM Eastern Time, in which it will disappear. Now, for those that don't know, Plaguestar was originally an operation, and it is now a reoccurring event for Warframe. Now, the operation itself is pretty simple. It's one bounty that you have to run over and over and over again to gain operation standing. Your operation vendor for this event is Nakuk, the little mask vendor in Cetus. Now, upon gaining ranks with Nakuk, you'll be able to purchase new items. You can purchase all the items on the screen at the moment when you're maximum rank, with most of the items being exclusive to this replaying event. Those being Exodia Contagion, Epidemic, the Infested Zor parts, the Aquan, the Kiwa, the Bokwan, and the Kripath, as well as the Snipetron Blueprint and the Ether Daggers. You can also get the Plaguestar Emblem as well. Now, there are two items that can boost your gains when it comes to this event. You have the Eidolon Phylaxis, which will raise the level of the enemies within the event, and that will increase your standing per bounty run. You will have to build these in your foundry and then equip them into your gear slot and then use them during the mixing stage of the bounty. There are then Infested Catalysts, which if added into the mixing stage, will spawn Hemocytes, which are basically recolored Lephantises at the end stage of the bounty. These once killed will drop Cystoliths, which you can use to create statues in your clan for the operation, whether you want bronze, terracotta, silver, or gold. And besides that, there's no more information about the operation that you really need to know. It's pretty straightforward and simple. Anyway, also in this hotfix was the addition of a role called Herald for your clans. This basically allows the person who has this rank to edit the message of the day. As for the changes in this hotfix, trading Rivens is now Mastery rank locked to that of Mastery rank 8 plus players and higher. Update 23.9 is live on PC, and players can now pick up Chroma Prime, the Grand Prime, and the Rubico Prime from the Prime Access page on the Warframe website, or by farming their relics in-game. Now, for their relics, they're up on your screen. You can also check yourself by going to your codex in your orbiter, going to relics, and then typing in the items, those being Chroma Prime, Grand Prime, and the Rubico Prime. It'll show what relics are there. You can click on the relic, and it will list where those relics drop. Or you can just go to the drop table website that DE have produced. For those that just want to purchase it, you go to the Prime Access page on the Warframe website. You pay either $55, $88, $155, or $55 again for the Prime Accessories pack. Now, for the Prime Accessories pack, this is the only way to get the following items, excluding the boosters. So you get the Impetus Prime Syandana and the Imugi Prime Armor. You also get a 90-day affinity and credit booster. Now, because the Chroma Prime Access launched, it means the relics for Valkyrie Prime, the Vanker Prime, and the Cernos Prime have now entered the vault, so players can no longer farm for those relics for those items in the game. The only way to acquire those items from now on will be with trading for other players for the relics or the items themselves, or by using the relics that you have left over. And because of that, we have some changes to the syndicates with their sacrifices. So for the Arbiters of Hexus, you will now need to have a Sabaris Prime Barrel. For the Perrin Sequence, you will need to have a Nami Skylar Prime Blade. And for the Perrin Sequence again, you will need a Hydroid Prime Neuroptics. The Rhino Prime and Nyx Prime Vault packages and sale have ended, and they are now back in the vault, so you can't get those relics anymore as well, unless you trade with other players or use the ones in your inventory. And as for the changes in this update, there was only one important one, and that was the removal of Titania's Razor Wing collision damage, so you can now ram into walls without being damaged and losing health when using Razor Wing. They made micro-optimizations to the HUD code, the Infested Salvage code, and they also updated Lotus's Plaguestar transmission. Now, as for fixes, they're up on your screen, you can read them here, or you can check them out on the forum post. There was also Hotfix 23.9.0.0, but now for fixes and the hotfix information, they're available on your screen, or you can check out everything else that I've talked about here today in the comments section down below. Update 23.10 is live on PC and players can now engage in Elite Alerts, also known as Lethal Alerts or Arbitrations. Now I will be talking about them in a bit, but for now you can also engage in a new quest. This quest is Chimera. This is a small event much like the Apostasy Prologue, and in order to start it, you just need to go to the object in your personal quarters, and boom, you start the quest. Now as for the rest of the update, let's go into Lethal Alerts. Now for those that don't know what they are a new form of challenging content for the players, where you only have one life for the duration of the mission, and if you die, you fail, and you get placed back onto your orbiter. The lore behind it is that the Arbiters of Hexus want to try and challenge you, and it's simple as that. Now you will need to complete every single mission on the star chart in order to access this content. You can check what nodes you haven't completed by going around the star chart and looking for the blue flashing dots on each of the missions. That indicates that you haven't completed that mission and that you need to do it. Besides that, you can also apparently talk to the NPC, which is the arbitration vendor. Now once you've done that, you can start the lethal alert by going into your navigation menu, and it will be there under alerts. There'll be a few things to note with these alerts, however. First off, you can get some extra bonuses by using the weapons listed on the alert, and these alerts themselves are only endless in nature, so you will only encounter endless missions and no capture or exterminates or etc. Now when it comes to these versions of endless missions, they act separately to the normal way of doing things. First off, they have doubled the rotation and reward count. Instead of it being AABC, it is now ABCCC onwards until you complete the mission or die. For the rotations themselves in terms of time frame, they only occur every 10 waves on defense, every 10 minutes in a survival mission, every 2 excavators, and so on. It's basically doubling the norm of what you are used to with the standard survival and endless missions in terms of when you get a reward. Now, upon completing a lethal alert, you will receive Vitus Essence, which is a new form of resource, and you can use these to buy new items from the arbitration vendor, which I mentioned beforehand, and he is located in any of the relays in the Arbiters of Hexus room on the left-hand side as soon as you enter. Now, at this vendor, you can get some cosmetics for your orbiter, your operator, as well as some mods, but you will need a lot of the Vitus Essence. They've also stated that there is a new drone type of enemy that will shield the enemies from damage. When I played through it, I did not encounter this, but according to the photo and the information, it will shield the enemies, and you will have to destroy that drone before you can damage said enemies. Now, on top of the changes to the rotation system and the time limit, there are changes to the missions themselves. For survival missions, life support capsules are only worth 75% of what they're normally worth. For interception, towers controlled by enemies will fill the opponent progress bar at double the rate. For defense, you'll be protecting an NPC, and the downtime between waves is shorter. For excavation, they've increased the defense time to 3 minutes. For defection, the rescue targets have no revive state, and for infested salvage, the consoles have half their normal health. Now, within these missions, you can get the following rewards. These are 6 new mods. Sharpshooter, which is a sniper mod, which grants 15 energy upon getting a headshot kill. Cautious Shot, which is for unique weapons, and that grants a damage reduction of 90%, while also reducing your overall damage by 15%. Power Donation, an aura mod, which reduces your power strength by 30%, but also grants your whole team 30% power strength. Vigorous Whiffs, which is for your Warframe, where upon equipping a weapon you'll get 165% damage for 3 seconds, as well as a holster speed bonus of 100%. Rolling Guard, once again for your Warframe, upon dodging, which is rolling, you'll become invulnerable for 3 seconds and it will remove all status effects. There is a 7-second cooldown. And then we have Adaptation, which is a Warframe mod, and that makes it so when you're damaged, you will have a 10% resistance to that damage type for 20 seconds, and that can stack up to 90%. Besides that, there's nothing really to note about the lethal alerts, arbitrations, or elite alert, or whatever you want to call them, besides the enemies being level 60 to 100. Also in this update was the introduction of 2 new weapons, the Falcor, which is the Corpus Glaive. You can pick that up at the Energy Lab by researching it,
or purchasing it in the in-game market, and the Pop Assist, which you can research at the Biolab at your clan dojo, or for plat in the in-game market. There are also 2 new weapon skins, the Zastra Dual Dagger skin, and the Kludge Kill Machete skin. You can also find those in the market. Now we'll go over general additions before we get into more serious stuff, such as the daily tribute changes. So new additions to the game are the following. We have 2 new Sentinel precepts available at Cephalon Samaris, the Death Cube Energy Generator precept, which makes Death Cube drop an energy orb upon assisting in 10 kills, and Shade's Ambush, which makes it so when Ghost invisibility is broken, Shade's owner is granted an extra 120% damage for 3 seconds. There are also 7 new Syndicate Captura scenes, which you can purchase from the Syndicates as well. There's the Lure Containment scene, which is purchased from Arbiters of Hexus, Chamber of the Lotus, Cephalon Suda, Silver Grove by New Loka, Mycona Colony by Perrin Sequence, Hunhouse Chamber by Red Veil, Kuva Throne, Steel Meridian, and Sanctuary Conduit by Cephalon Samaris. They've also introduced the new Infinite Gear Wheel, which can hold a total of 99 gear items. Each time you add a new item past the current limit, it will gain an extra tab for the spiral, and it will go up until you fill all these slots. You can also use each of the dragon keys in your gear wheel now, so you can solo farm those mods. Also, with these changes to the gear wheel, they have made the Archwing charges infinite, and the Archwings themselves have no delay, and you can instantly switch into a Archwing. Now they have also made new sounds for direct messages, squad chat, dragon dropping, and when someone joins your squad. They've added a relics category to your inventory screen. There's an objective marker that points players towards Konzu when you enter Cetus for the first time. They've added new aiming in and out transmissions to the Archwing weapons. They've added the ability to purchase multiple former bundles from the market at once. And they've also added a new in-game challenge, aka achievement, which is fly 10,000 meters on the plains of Eidolon in a stolen dungeon. And there's also the addition of a couple more fan art in your codex that you can use for your displays in your orbiter. Now we go to the daily tribute changes. So it's pretty simple, and the changes are that you can choose between 3 different options at your next milestone earning. They've also added a greeting of each of the characters and added voices to it. But to be honest, who's going to care about that shit? From day 1000 onward, every 50 days, the player will have a random evergreen pack chosen for them, and then the player can choose from the contents within that pack. So, for evergreen choice A, the player can choose between 3 former, 3 Exilus adapters, or 4 weapon slots. For evergreen choice B, the player can choose between 50,000 Kuva, 7-day boosters for the affinity credit and resource, or 30,000 Endo. And for Evergreen Choice C, the player can choose between 3 rifle Rivens, 3 melee Rivens, or 3 secondary Rivens. It's pretty simple, and that's the gist of what the changes are. They've also added scaling to the day-to-day rewards, such as your resources and whatnot, and that will now scale off of the days you have logged in. And they've also made it so there is now a fixed day 5 reward of 25,000 credits and 1,000 Endo. And they've also made it so for those that want the cosmetics, such as the Lodestar Syandana and the Lodestar Armor set, they stay at day 800 and day 1,000, so you can't choose between those. Those are static. Now those aren't the only changes, and we're only really about halfway through the patch note. So the third change was to the dojo. There is a new room, the Inspiration Hall, which is a blank large room which has 6 doors. There are 40 new particle-based decorations and 7 basic decorations. There is a new Show or Hide All Blueprints Owned button in the research rooms. There is now a confirmation prompt when you are kicking or banning a player in the in-game chat. They have added the option to the treasury to donate resources, credits, or decorations to Alliance clans. Clan chat will now highlight significant events in green text. At the moment of recording, it seems to be not working. All display decorations are now enabled in the dojo, as well as the addition of a new text decoration, yet that wasn't added into the game during the major update, so that will have to be added in at a later date. So if you're wondering where that is, it's currently not in the game. And for those wondering what it is, Pablo tweeted out a video of it. It's the text option that's in Captura at the moment, but, you know, for your ships, your orbiter, or your dojo. They've also made it so you can turn off and on operator access for your custom dojo obstacle course at the room's terminal. The clan screen will show how long an Ascension ceremony has left if you're a player that hasn't interacted with it. They've made it so ammo is now restored to the player after you complete a dojo duel. The room rotate option has seen its visibility increase, and there is now a duplicate option for dojo and orbiter decorating that duplicates the item scale and rotation. There was also the further implementation of UI 3.0 for a number of screens, so if you've seen any change to that, that's the reason why. Revenant also saw some changes, with his Reeve ability's width being affected by range mods, as well as making it so Reeve removes status effects upon cast and redirects that status effect back at the affected enemies. There were also Revenant fixes, so if you're into Revenant, they're up on your screen. The Phantasma's alternate fire also saw some changes, making it so it now shoots 5 projectiles automatically, and it's no longer affected by charge time. Instead, the damage the weapon deals is now scaled off of that charge time. Saryn saw 3 changes, first of which was increasing the miasma damage multiplier to 4. They also halved miasma's base damage as well in reply to that, and they also made it so the spore's scaling damage per second now caps out at 7. They also made some changes to the sounds for melee weapons, so if you see any significant changes to that, that's why. Operator clothing was also updated to make it so mix and matching was a lot less jarring, and the operator visual loadouts that they talked about previously are now live in the game. They're only for your operator's visuals, so you have 3 slots, A, B, C, just like Warframes, and yeah, they hold your visual changes. They made some changes to the junctions as well. They removed the defeat 3 Eximus enemies on Earth task from the Venus junction. They've lowered the defeat 10 Eximus enemies on Venus challenge to 5 Eximus enemies, and they've also changed the location requirement to be that of anywhere on the star chart. The junction challenge kill 10 sentients on Lure has been reduced to 5 sentient kills, and you now need to complete and collect 1 mod from the Oricon Principle test rather than 3. Now they also made it so in Hotfix 23.10.2, heavy blades and hammersaws have a default range of 3 meters. They reverted the change to the Vanker Prime and made it so its combo multiplier is now 0.75 times, and there were also changes in that hotfix as well, but nothing significant. But back to update 23.10. We are now on to changes. It's a long-ass video, and I apologize for that if you are still watching, but this was a mainline update. First off, the lighting in the game was changed. If you go to any of the relays, you can notice it. More significantly, in the Cephalon Samaris room, there is no longer blinding light that reflects off of the player and makes everyone's character look like shit. That was one of the changes. The next was the introduction of the Beast category for Kubrau Kavat and Helminth Charger mods. Those 3 companions are now categorized as Beast. They've also added the Robotic category for Sentinels, and any of the remaining mods are listed under Companion and can be used on any of your companions. The Mask of the Revenant quest was added to the Codex. They've made Primed Quickdraw tradable. The Kleperic Scaffold will now reset sentient resistance. They've increased the Staticor's charge shot AoE size from 2 meters to 8 meters, and it's no longer affected by charge level. Energy, health, shield, and ammo restores will now have that new remastered look from that concept art we saw previously. To be honest, they don't look as good as they did in the concept art than they do in game, so it's kind of disappointing. But hey, when does concept art ever get undermined by the actual content in the game? Now, each of the energy, health, shield, and ammo restores will have their own significant color for the pulse, so keep that in mind when you're placing them down. They've made it so ammo stations in the plains of Eidolon will now only generate ammo that of which the player has. They've adjusted the chances for Kavats to use the pet bed in your orbiter, improved the ability to parkour your way across a sloped wall, optimized away more shader memory. Players with an active radiation status effect can no longer trigger radiation on other players. They've tweaked the audio on Khora's accumulating whipclaw. They've tweaked start times on dynamic music in the void. They've optimized the Clem Noggle to not load up that impacts performance. They've made it so it will now show unowned bundle-only skins in the arsenal when appropriate. They've tweaked the Convetrix and the Attica to have better combat sounds.
They made various optimizations, the NPC pathfinding, the simulacrum enemy level selection pop-up now defaults to currently selected enemy levels. They've changed the Archwing max height in the plains of Eidolon to 100 meters. Previously it was 50. Corpus enemies will now have a consistent effects color. They've improved emblem visibility on Kubrows when equipped with armor. Fishing hotspots should now be identical between all players. They've improved scaling of inventory and vendor menus on the ultra-wide screens. They've updated weapon effects for the Arca Plasmor Kastanas and Sancti Kastanas. The Arca Plasmor's one does look fucking sweet. They've improved AI pathing logic in the Lure tile set. They've changed the ambulance dropship emissive to have a distance fade. They made slight animation polishes to Isaiah in the Sacrifice quest. They've darkened the yellow in the Oricon theme. They made improvements to the performance when streaming into the plains of Eidolon. They tweaked random encounter position selection to increase the enemy activity in the plains of Eidolon. They made some aperture improvements to the plains of Eidolon, shortened mission titles for the Archwing quest. They updated the windows in some of the Grenier Spy mission vaults to prevent NPCs from spotting players through the glass. They made shade adjustments to the Equinox UI theme. They made several TAA improvements, fixing blurring under motion and making it a sharper look. They updated the Exilus adapter inventory description to fuses with a Warframe to unlock the Exilus mod slot so that it reduces confusion. They improved the Grenier Courier's flight navigation in the Archwing pursuit missions. Operators no longer play their idle animations when customizing them. They've updated header art and simplified the description of the Hunter set mods. Promo codes are no longer case sensitive. They've updated the melee slam and elemental effects, cleaned up melee effects when hitting an enemy, polished and fixed various planes of Eidolon objective UI, enhanced the two-factor authentication system, improved systems for detecting driver capability issues on legacy graphics cards, Nightwatch napalms, Napalm Fireball Origin no longer blocks projectiles, so I think Darth Muffin may be happy with that. They corrected the Grand Prime's melee combo counter values to be the same as every other melee weapon, excluding the previously mentioned Zephyr Prime. They smoothed out some stuttering when holding Bolt's electric shield, changed the coupon wording from negative 50% to 50% off. To clarify, they darkened the Captura play button in the advanced Captura controls to improve invisibility. Linked items in chat that can't be purchased with Platinum now have a build tab which explains where to build the item. They made Sentinel movement smoother by basing Sentinel rotation and position on the player's movement. They made minor improvements to the Moa Noggle animations. They lowered the brightness of the Amphis energy lighting. They improved melee swap and block hints for Vor's push beam in the Vor's prize quest. They updated Arcane rank icons so they'll be easier to read on light backgrounds. Changed how Noggles scale to improve the quality of detail, improved the Loki Kadama skin's brightness and clarity, changed the color of the health restore gear wheel item to green, slightly tweaked the direction of ejected weapon clips during the reload animation. Valky's Warcry buff indicator will now display the buff value in addition to the duration. They improved the way the players perceive gunfire and explosion sounds at long distances in the plains of Eidolon. Increase the odds of bounty objectives spawning in caves in the plains of Eidolon. They reorganized aura mods to display in order of lowest to highest given mod capacity. They increased the capture end timer during Void Fisher missions from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. They made numerous optimizations and micro-optimizations. They repositioned the camera placement for Zor and Amp screens. Tweaked the Katia Cornu diadem tint diffuse to allow 2-color customization. And they updated the Discord integration. They suggest that you update your Discord whenever it needs to be updated. As for the incubator changes, which I should have put at the start of all these changes, but if you're still listening, they shortened the default status recovery time from 3 hours to 30 minutes. They changed the status rush cost from 10 platinum to 10,000 credits. Tenno, who own the Nutrio incubator segment, will now have instant recovery from stasis at no cost. They reduced the platinum cost of companion name changing from 25 platinum to 15, and they removed the pickup limit on Kubrow eggs. They also made it so aiming when using a beam weapon should hit the enemy if you're looking at it instead of it going some ways past them. They also made changes to the forest sabotage mission. They've added a progress wheel to the UI to show the antitoxin strength. The antitoxin console will now disable when strength is at 100% to avoid players wasting antitoxins. And they slightly increased the strength score of common and uncommon antitoxins. As for fixes and changes to controllers, they're up on your screen. You can read them here if you do use a controller. And for the fucking, what's this? 4 pages of fixes in this bloody update, you can look at the screen, or I highly suggest with this update, you read them on the forum post, because this is a long-ass video, it's a long-ass update. Hopefully you enjoy it. See you guys in the next video. As well as the 2 hotfixes that were released after the mainline update. First was Hotfix 23.10.3, which restricted the use of duplicate gear items in the gear wheel, with the exception of the dragon keys because they're leaving it as it is, allowing players to do single-player vault runs. They also made some AI fixes which fix the flow of enemies in certain game modes and rooms, and that's going to follow on through each of these hotfixes, which I'm about to go through. As for the fixes in this hotfix, they're up on the screen, and moving on to the next hotfix. So in 23.10.4, Revenant's Reeve will now follow the reticle. They've corrected the infested charger jump down animations, and they balanced and updated some of the sounds. Fixes once again went out to the AI. In Hotfix 23.10.5, they did add an auto-install button to the Iatan sculptures. However, for some stupid fucking reason, they decided to make it only for Mastery rank 10 plus players. Pablo did reply to a tweet about someone just going, why the fuck is there a Mastery rank thing with what's on your screen? I mean, really? It's fucking stupid no matter what. You're locking something for the UI behind the fucking Mastery rank. But hey, let's move on. They also added an ability to swap your mod loadout order in the arsenal, just like they did in the mainline where you can switch your cosmetic slots. And they also added the decoration which wasn't put in the mainline update, and that is the note beacon, which is placing text in your orbiter or your dojo. Now this comes in the form of a 35 platinum purchase. It's not free, and you will have to purchase the node itself. There is a character limit, but you can also change the color of the text, the size of the text, and you can rotate it as well. You can see it on your screen right now. They also added an effect to the energy orb dropped by Death Cube's energy generator augment. As for the changes, they reverted the operator suit mesh, which was introduced in the mainline update. However, it will come back in the future, just with less bugs. Vigorous Swap will now deactivate when an ability is active, such as Mesa's Peacemaker and Valkyrie's Hysteria. They improved text spacing in the squad panel UI, and they adjusted the daily tribute transmission text scale. Once again, AI fixes went out. In Hotfix 23.10.6, they made improvements towards the Bomber spawning underground while fighting the Terrorist and Hydralist on the plains of Eidolon. They removed the unnecessary error prompt when cancelling a Catalyst or Reactor's installment. They removed the platinum price being listed in the weapon selection screen when crafting a weapon that requires another weapon. They updated the terminology for the power donation mod to read ability strength instead of power strength. They also removed outdated design council tips from the loading screens, and they removed placeholder tags from clan activities in chat. Once again, there were AI fixes. Hotfix 23.10.7, which brought changes to the arbitrations, such as removing the ability for the Ancients to heal arbitration drones. Now this hotfix also brought fixes to the game as well as AI, so if you are interested in what those were, make sure to have a read as it's up on your screen. There was also Hotfix 23.10.8, which only brought some minor fixes. Update 24 is live on PC, and we now have Fortuna and the Orb Valis. First off, we're going to go over the market items that were introduced in this update. We have the Fortuna Grand Bundle that costs you 960 platinum. That comes with the Garuda Warframe, her alternate helmet, her signature Syndana, the Nagan Taka, which is a new crossbow, the Batacor, Ocucor, and the Kreska, as well as a 3-day affinity and credit booster. And then there is also the Bloodshed Sigil, which is only in there for a limited time, so if you do want to get it before it gets locked behind an event, make sure you purchase it. But it's just not a part of that collection. We also have the Garuda collection, which is 565 platinum, and that comes with Garuda, the alternate helmet, the Syndana, the Nagan Taka, a 3-day credit and affinity booster, and then once again the Bloodshed Sigil. As for Garuda herself, she can be purchased for 325 platinum,
but her blueprint can be acquired by completing the first Fortuna quest, Vox United. Now her signature Sayandana as a separate purchase will cost you 80 platinum, but the Garuda alternate helmet will cost you 75 platinum. There is also the Orb Valus Survival Collection that comes in at 400 platinum, and that just comes with the Batacore, Okicore, and the Kreska. For the individual purchases of these items, the Nagan target can be purchased for 125 platinum, or the blueprint is available in the in-game market. For the Kreska, that comes in at 175 platinum, or the blueprint can be researched in your energy lab. The Batacore 175 platinum, the blueprint once again in the energy lab, but you first need to research the Okicore, and the Okicore once again 175 platinum, but the blueprint can be researched in the energy lab only after researching the Kreska. We also have the new Sentinel, the Oculus, which comes in at 75 platinum by itself, or you can purchase the blueprint from the biz in Fortuna. With the introduction of that Sentinel, they've also created the Assault Mode mod, which collects all the previous attack the closest enemy towards you into this single mod, and they've removed the other mods, such as the Worm Mod Warrior, from the drop tables and have replaced it with the Assault Mode mod to make it easier for players to mod their Sentinel for attacking the closest enemy. We also have K-Drive Scrolls in the market. These are packs that cost 125 platinum each, and they are graphics for the bottom of your K-Drive. You can customize your K-Drive by going to your arsenal, select mode, vehicles, and then your K-Drive is there once you have built or purchased a K-Drive from the K-Drive vendor. There is also the Outrider Armor Bundle, which costs you 90 platinum, and the Vent Rat Armor Bundle for 90 plat. There is also a new Glyph Pack introduced as well, and that will cost you 90 platinum for the whole collection. Now, when it comes to Fortuna, there are a number of vendors. First off, we have Yutiko, who is the bounty vendor. She will introduce you to the new bounties on the Orb Valus, and she'll also act as the standing vendor, so you can rank up your Fortuna rank there. Now, the bounties themselves will reward the player with numerous Valus resources, Garuda parts, and the new set mods that were introduced in this update. Those set mods are up on your screen. We have the Mecha Collection, the Tech Collection, and the Synth Collection. Each of these mods can be acquired through the bounty system. We also have the new mining vendor, but before we get into that, the new mining system has been implemented and has replaced the previous tracing system. The new mining system now requires you to hold and release the beam on a number of positions on a deposit to get extra loot, and much like with the Plains of Eidolon, the new Sunpoint Plasma drill is the only drill that can mine the new rarer resources out on the Orb Valus, so you will need to get that to get the higher tier rarity gems and minerals. Now, the Nozam cutters do actually work on the Valus, but as I just stated, you will need that Sunpoint Plasma drill to get the rarer resources. Now, Smokefinger will also provide numerous items and blueprints pertaining to mining, and one of which is the Valus Landscape Captura scene, so if you're into Captura, you can purchase that scene from him. Now, the Biz is the fishing and conservation vendor. Here you can purchase new EMP fishing spears that will assist you in capturing the new electronic fish, and when the spear connects to a fish out on the Orb Valus, you will engage in a small minigame where you have to secure the fish by clicking down while the marker is over the highlighted point. Now, Ostron spears and dyes do work out on the Orb Valus while fishing, however, using these spears will damage the fish, resulting in scrap. Now, the Biz also sells items that are needed to engage in the conservation system, from the Echo Lures, the Tranquilizer, all the way to animal ploufs for your orbiter. Now, capturing the different types of animals will grant you tags, which can be used to purchase the aforementioned orbiter decorations, or you can use those tags to purchase yourself a Conservation Scouts emblem for your Warframe. The kit gun vendor of Rude Zood allows you to rename your secondary weapons at the cost of some platinum, purchase and build parts to make a kit gun and their new secondary arcanes. We can also purchase a gilded and pure built weapon from his daily deals, and you can also guild your kit guns for Solaris standing and resources once you've reached level 30 for the first time on your built kit gun. We have the Mower Companion vendor of Legs. Here you can purchase parts required to build a mower. You will also be able to construct your mower there, purchase a pre-built mower from the daily deal, as well as guild your created mower or trade them in for Solaris standing. We also have the previously unknown vendor of the Ticker, who acts as a resource sink and provides players with either orbiter decorations or debt bonds, which can be used to rank up your Solaris syndicate. The debt bonds themselves can be traded in for Solaris standing as well. The Vox Solaris syndicate is our Rachnoid vendor. Now, as of recording this video, they only have 2 current levels that you can acquire, and they act as a part of the Quills from Cetus, and they'll be a part of the larger scale system with the Orb Mothers. They currently only sell operator armor. This syndicate standing can be earned by collecting and handing in the Toroid resource, which can be found at the Temple of Prophet, the Enrichment Labs, or the Spaceport. Finally, there is the Vent Kids. Now, the Vent Kids can be found by going straight ahead and going to this vent on your screen. Head inside there and you'll see the Vent Kids. They are our K-Drive syndicate, and you can purchase mods for your K-Drive there, build new K-Drives, purchase the parts, go back to your foundry, build them, and construct a new K-Drive, and you can also purchase their daily deal as well. As to how you can boost your K-Drive standing, you'll need to do tricks out on the Orb Valis, as the races do not, as of recording this video, offer any standing in return for completing them. That system will come at a later date, but you can still engage in those races. There's a maximum of 5 that can spawn out on the Orb Valis that you can engage in each day. As for the Orb Valis, there are numerous caves that contain minerals, ponds, and the possible drop of Toroid resources. There are the Corpus strongholds and bases. The bases themselves can be captured by the player by killing the enemies nearby using the dropped data mass to start a defense mission, and once you've captured the base, a bounty vendor will appear and you can start bounties from there. Now, the bases will reset after heading back to Fortuna, and you can't capture more than 1 base at a point in time. The strongholds themselves, however, can't be captured, but you can enter and farm the enemies within for multiple resources or mods such as the Toroids. Outside of the elevator is another bounty vendor for those wondering, so players don't have to return to Fortuna if they're in a pre-made group, but once you have enough standing, you will want to return to Fortuna so you actually get that standing deposited into your account. Now, the Rachnoids will appear across the landscape, but the Orb Mothers themselves, those are the big giant spiders, they are currently at specific locations, but they cannot be killed, and the ability to do so will come at a later date. There are also fauna that the player can collect. Each collectible fauna will have a highlight and unique visual, so if you see them around the Orb Valis, make sure to shoot them and gather the resource. The Wanted system is also a part of this update, where upon being spotted by a Corpus group, they will deploy a reinforcement beacon, which will increase the alert status and increase the danger and spawn rate of the enemies. There is also new in-game Steam achievements if you're into that. They're up on your screen if you want to know specifically what they are, but you can also check them in your profile and on your Steam Achievements tab. The Fortuna UI can also be purchased for 50 platinum. I should put that at the start, but that is also one of the items you can purchase. The Fetch mod, they added that into the game. For those that don't know, this is a Kubrau and Kavat version of the Vacuum mod, and that drops from Hyena variants on the Orb Valis. They've also added more Archwing mods to the Balor Fomorian drop table, so if you're interested in Archwing mods, they're the dual stat mods. Make sure to farm the Balor Fomorian when it does come around, because it will have new items that you can acquire. The Hyena variants will also drop new Beast mods, which are dual stat mods of Electric, Cold, Heat, and Toxin. The ability to change and upgrade your focus has also been added to the arsenal, so if you want to do that, it will take you to the focus UI, but as soon as exiting that, you'll go back to the arsenal instead of going to the very back of your orbiter. They've also added an orientation point to the gear wheels so that it is actually static, so you won't have to find your starting point. They added an Iatan Ember Star blueprint that can be purchased from the Arbitration vendor for 10 Vitus Essence. The Solaris posters can be purchased for your orbiter decorating. There are new Dojo pigments, the Memoriam Purple, the Binary Cyan, Neo Pink, Coolout Blue, and Conductor Gold. The kit gun ribbons can be earned from sortie rewards. They further implemented UI 3.0 into the current game. They have added a grain filter to the game's display settings, so if you want to turn that off, it is on by default. You can turn it off by going to your display settings, and there's just a simple tick, boom, it's gone.
Sentinel weapons have also been removed from the Riven drops, and they have also done a complete disposition change. So if you're into the Riven game and you want to know what was affected, I'll leave a link to the full post down in the description down below. The operator mesh changes have also returned, and the waistband section will now display the Chosen Suit's waistband. They returned the damage falloff to the Arca Plasmor. It was apparently bugged in a previous update. The Archwing height limit on the plains of Eidolon has been increased to 300 meters. The Inspiration Hall now has a cap of 3 rooms per dojo. The custom obstacle course has a cap of 5 rooms per dojo, and they've also made improvements to the AI. The Gear to Emote button display will now state the right mouse button. They've improved the Necros Shadows of the Dead effects. They renamed the Sentinel category to Robotics. The bells, lanterns, and nature decorations have received a PBR treatment in your dojo. They also improved the lighting and textures in the new Loka relay room. Now, there were a number of follow-up hotfixes that adjusted Fortuna's launch economy and fixed numerous issues. All the links to each of these patch notes will be in the description below. And as for the main update, the fixes for them are up on your screen, so if you want to read them here, or you want to read all of this on the forum post, I'll leave, once again, in the description down below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. We also received numerous hotfixes throughout the week, with Hotfix 24.0.5, Hotfix 24.0.6. This has brought Nova Prime, Mag Prime, the Dakra Prime, the Soma Prime, the Vasto Prime, and the Vor Prime into rotation, so players can now farm for their relics in-game or purchase these items outright on the Prime Vault page on the Warframe website. The Prime Vault page will cost you real-life cash, so if you do want to go that route, that's available to you. You can also get the Prime accessories only through the Prime Vault page on the Warframe website, and those items are the Edo Prime armor set, the Distilling Extractor Prime, the Yamako Prime Sayandana, and the Valorium Prime Sigil. As for the relics, these are Axii A5, Axii S4, Lith M2, Meso B3, and Neo N9. You can farm them from the Void and the Cetus and Fortuna bounties. I have a chart up on the screen if you do want to read from that, or use any of the other Warframe sources available to you. The Vasto Prime was also introduced in this hotfix as well, so if you want to get that, you will need to farm the Axii A5 relic in order to get the link and the blueprint to build the actual weapon. If you don't like the way the chart looks, let me know in the comment section down below, because it's the first time I've done it myself. There weren't any other major changes made in the hotfix, so I will leave the patch notes up on the screen, as well as in the description down below. Hotfix 24.0.7 and Hotfix 24.0.8, with more to come in the future. We received Hotfix 24.0.9, which reintroduced the Elite Terra Corpus enemies into the game. You can now encounter the new harder enemies in areas or bounties that are level 30 plus, and they also made a number of changes in this hotfix, such as improving the Kubrau and Kavat Cold Shivers, making the Synth, Reflex, and Vigilante Pursuit mods into the Exilus category, so you can now place them in your Exilus slot when modding. You can now travel to any relay or town when in a relay or town. They've increased the AI spawns for the Exterminate bounties. You can no longer do a Cypher hack if your Moa companion is already working on it, and they made updates to the UI screen. They also made a number of fixes to the conservation system, and the fixes to the base game as well, all of which are up on your screen. There was also Hotfix 24.0.10, which once again brought some changes and fixes. They're up on your screen. The only notable one here was that they reduced the Corpus Osprey's dodging frequency. Update 24.1 is live on PC, and players can now purchase a new round of TennoGen items. This has officially brought in Operator Cosmetics, so for those that want to purchase Operator Cosmetics, you can do so if you've launched your game through Steam, as TennoGen does go through the Steam credit system. As for the Operator Cosmetics, you guys can purchase the Garusu Oculus, the Incognito Oculus, the Loomis Earpiece, Zenoru Mask, Oculus or Earpiece. Each of those cosmetics are individual purchases. We also have Warframe skins. the Morkai Chroma skin, Divisor Equinox skin, the Equinox Megara skin, the Gara Zemaru skin, Limbo Grax, Nyx Ascophilia, Titania Lympharis, and Zephyr Grax. For Syandanas, we have two, Styx Syandana and the Tenai Syandana. Helmets, we have Loki Lupu and Necros Sharon, and we also have weapon skins making their return with the Dagger Krubak, Rapier Ferrita, Tonfa Hades, Ion Greatsword, Carver Greatsword, Rapier Nidul, Opticore Mithra, and the Tengashan Sword skin. As for the changes that were made in this update, they have changed the damage type for the Pax Seeker Arcane's projectile from 100% impact damage to 50% puncture and 50% slash. They've also fixed the double dipping on your equipped damaged mods. Now for those still seeing the impact icon when using this arcane, that is due to the knockback that the enemies receive. They have also increased the frequency at which your Moa companion will use its Whiplash Mine and anti-grav grenade precepts. They have improved the ability to pick up data keys that are in motion, and they've improved the Orb of Valus Cold Shiver pet animations that were introduced in a previous hotfix. They've also updated the mecha mod descriptions to include that you need a Kubrau equipped to have the marked enemy's mechanic working, and they've also made improvements towards the AI spawn flow in the Corpus Ice Planet tileset. As for the fixes that came in update 24.1, they're up on your screen, you can read them here, or you can check this whole thread out on the official forum thread. There's also a previous hotfix with hotfix 24.0.9. This hotfix also brought back the harder enemies that occurred when the Fortuna update went live initially, so if you liked those enemies, you can now encounter them on level 30 plus bounties or areas in the Orb of Valus. This hotfix also brought the ability to travel between relays, so you no longer have to go back to your orbiter to go to the Chronia relay when you're located on the Strata relay. They increased the AI spawns to the Exterminate bounties. You can no longer do a cipher hack if your Moa companion is already hacking the terminal in question, and there was also a number of fixes made to the conservation system and to the base game itself, all of which are up on your screen. We also had hotfix 24.1.1, which brought improvements towards the Zemaru Gara skin, which was that TennoGen 1 introduced in 24.1, and that coincides with a later topic, which is the dimming down of the glow on Gara's glass. Now, D.E. Taylor did come out on Twitter and say that this is another instance of bug turned into feature, but it is just an exception and will not be the new norm for TennoGen skins. So just keep that in mind if you do want to see any more of this stuff in the future of TennoGen. They also increased the frequency of rare gems in the Smokefinger offerings. The Valus pigments will now also drop from Elite and Eximus Terra variants. They made improvements to prevent fish spawning inside solid geometry in caves, and there were also changes and fixes made to the conservation system and to the base game. Once again, they're up on your screen. We then had another hotfix, which was hotfix 24.1.1.1, and that reverted some of the K-Drive performance improvements in the previous hotfix that they made. There was also fixes to Arcane Victory not triggering when using a primary weapon, and they fixed the Pax Seeker projectiles not showing up for clients. Starting this week's episode off, we had hotfix 24.1.2. Now for closed beta players, these are individuals who played and made their accounts prior to March 18th, 2013. You guys now have a new accolade on your profile, which shows closed beta player. It is in the similar location of the Warframe partner accolade as well. Now for console players, you guys also have this accolade, but it only applies to if you migrated your account from PC to console. This account migrated accolade will only appear on your console account. Now also in this hotfix were changes to Garuda. First off, Dread Mirror. They have added an 8 meter area of effect stagger when reaching a target with the Dread Mirror ability, and it is not affected by mods. They've also added a small noise improvement to the ability's shield. They have increased the enemy's insta-kill threshold from 35% to 40% enemy health. If you charge the Dread Mirror projectile in the air, you will now hover for a number of seconds. Dread Mirror and all of Garuda's abilities can now be made faster by applying the Natural Talent mod onto your Warframe. Now for Blood Altar, they have added an 8 meter area of effect stagger when impaling an enemy with the Blood Altar, which is not affected by mods similar to Dread Mirror, and they've also increased the Blood Altar heal radius from 6 meters to 8. For Seeking Talons, they have reduced the total Seeking Talons charge time by 33%. The ability's charge will now start faster and slow down as it expands. They have increased the minimum charge size from 15 degrees to 25 degrees, and they have also reduced the maximum charge size from 120 degrees to 95. And you can also charge Seeking Talons in the air, which will allow you to hover for a few seconds. Now that's it for Garuda changes, but as for the changes made in the hotfix to the overall game, they've made numerous performance optimizations to the overall game and K-drives. The servofish pass will now display which servofish they can be found from, and they've increased the Vega Toroid drop rate to make it in line with the other Toroids. The Orb Valis Excavator missions will now spawn excavators based off of how many players are within your squad. However, if you are playing in a full squad of 4, only 3 excavators will spawn. They have improved the bounty boards to refresh the next set of bounties straight away instead of having the delay. The chat will now auto-complete when attempting to link a Zor, Moa Companion, K-Drive or Kit, and they have updated 2 TennoGen skins at the creator's request. They've also optimized Titania's Razor Wing ability sound, as well as the small frame time spikes that would occur periodically during gameplay. And they also made tweaks to improve the interpretation of the Corpus Hack panel states in the Orb Valis, and the pacing of random enemy encounters and dropship reinforcements out on the Orb Valis. For the conservation system, the conservation gear when tracking animals functions similar to the fishing gear. When tapping the bound key, it will auto-equip the respective item instead of having to hold the key down and reselect the key. Echo lures will no longer need to be equipped in your gear spiral. They are auto-equipped in the conservation gear when a trank is equipped. And they've also increased the fire rate of the trank rifle so that it enters the reload state faster. As for the fixes for the conservation system and this hotfix, they are up on your screen. There was also hotfix 24.1.2.1, which just changed the Moa Money, Moa Problems challenge to read configure to stay consistent with the legs prompt. There was also fixes made in this little hotfix as well. We had hotfix 24.1.3, which released some changes in regards to in-game chat moderation. So any in-game kick, ban, or spam flush message will now be shown as a system notification in chat rather than a private message. So it's one of their steps in improving the chat moderation in-game. As for the changes made to the game itself, they improved the accuracy of the in-game FPS counter and made numerous improvements to the max frame rate setting. For more information on that, I suggest you read D.E. Glenn's Developer Workshop. They made numerous optimizations to enemy and NPC navigation and included additional optimizations to modern CPUs. They tweaked audio delay to Yutiko's bounty transmission, tweaked audio on Nathaniel's billboard lines, and Enthrall can now be used while on zip lines. They also made it so mining results will now use the themed resource icon if it is available. Garuda also saw one change and a number of fixes, that change being that they capped Garuda's Dread Mirror and Blood Altar dashes to 150 meters. As for the fixes that were made in hotfix 24.1.3 and 24.1.3.1 and 2, they're up on your screen, as well as links to them in the description down below. Hotfix 24.1.4 on PC, which apparently fixed the leveling exploit that Noob Showtech showed off in their YouTube video, which rightfully got the person banned, as well as a number of other people who used the exploit. This hotfix also updated Arcane Rage's mod description to read primary weapon. Hotfix 24.1.5 followed up after it, and the only change here was to the descriptions of Life Strike, Focus Defense, and Corrupt Charge. There were of course other fixes made during these hotfixes, both of which are up on your screen and linked in the description down below. Update 24.2 is live on PC and it launched just before Christmas, so players can now engage in the Profit Taker Orb Mother heist, and in order to do so you will first need to be the rank of Old Mate with the Solaris United Syndicate. Once you are that rank, all you need to do is go into the back room of Fortuna where the Biz and Utico are waiting for you, interact with the table, a number of cutscenes will play out, a bounty screen will show up, you will need to complete the bounties in a consecutive order before you can take down the Profit Taker, and once you do so, you can repeat the Profit Taker takedown heist bounty at any point in time you want without having to repeat the stages of the aforementioned bounties. Simple as that, and it's straightforward from there on out. Also in this update was Baruch. The Warframe Baruch is now in the game. You can purchase him for 325 platinum through the in-game market, or you can purchase his parts and blueprint from the Vox Solaris Syndicate, which once again are located in the back room of Fortuna. Also available in this update was the Baruch Mero alternate helmet, which is 75 platinum by itself, the Akrabu Syandana, which is 105 platinum by itself, the Cobra and Crane sword and shield melee weapon, which is 150 platinum, or you can purchase the blueprint for the weapon through the in-game market for credits, the Slogi Kubra armor, which is 90 platinum, and the Baruch Mandala Orbiter decoration. Now, all the aforementioned items are included within the Baruch collection, which you can purchase for 565 platinum. Also in this update was the Baruch UI theme and background, each of which are 50 platinum. The Stalker UI theme and background, once again 50 platinum each. The Valus Domination collection, which is 540 platinum, and that includes the Aegis, the Plinks, the Galvacord, and the Flux Syandana. Each of those weapons can be found within the market for credits in order to purchase their blueprint, but you can of course purchase them for platinum. The Aegis is 225 platinum, the Plinks is 200 platinum, and the Galvacord is 175 platinum. There is also more in this update. The Titanium Marb helmet is 75 platinum, the Nidus Maxini helmet is 75 platinum, and the Mother Wrench hammer skin is 75 platinum. There is also the Kubradon Operator Bundle and the Vent Kid Hopper Operator Bundle, each of which 100 platinum, or you can purchase the individual parts of the Operator collection within the Vent Kid offerings. We also have the Grabber Mag, which is introduced in the third bounty within the Orb Mother, and this allows you to use your Archwing weapons on foot. Now, each of these do cost 20 platinum through the in-game market. However, you can earn them by completing the third stage of the Orb Mother Profit Taker bounties. You can also research them in the Tanno Lab at your clan dojo. Now, there are also 18 new operator hairstyles, each of which including new physics and 3 color channels for you to color, and each of these are 25 platinum each. There is no bundle for all 18 of them. There's also the Lock Pin Map Marker, which allows you to place down permanent map markers that will stay there upon extracting and returning to the Orb Valus. There is also 3 new conservation animals available in the game. These are the Sorgor, the Horisk, and the Stover animals. You can purchase the Echo Lures for them from the Biz, as well as a new item which is Animal Pheromone Synthesizers, which you can purchase from the Biz as well. They're one-time use, and they do allow you to have a higher chance of getting a rarer version of the conservation animal that you call out to. Now, for the Profit Taker bounty rewards, you have a chance to get the Gyro Mag systems, the App Mode systems, or the Repeller systems, or a number of new Arcwing mods, such as Ammo Chain, Arc Gun Ace, Deadly Efficiency, Resolute Focus, Marked Target, Sabo Rounds, Critical Focus, or Quick Reload. There is also a new set mod available in the game as well. That is the Helmet Strain mod. This set is for the Helmet Charger and includes the Strain Fever, Strain Eruption, Strain Consume, and Strain Infection mods, all of which have a chance to be dropped from the Profit Taker or Mother. The Biz also sells a new badge for your Warframe, which does require the use of the new animal conservation tags, as well as new floofs for those conservation animals as well. Now, Little Duck also sells a number of new Operator Amp parts, Operator Amp Arcanes, and Operator Arcanes. The Amp parts themselves are the Cantic Prism, Lager and Clamora Prism, the Exard, Disac, and Proper Scaffold, the Suo, Plaga, and Certus Brace, and then for Operator Arcanes, you have Virtuous Trojan, Virtuous Surge, Virtuous Spike, and Virtuous Forge, For Operator Arcanes, you have Magus Overload, Glitch, Revert, Firewall, Drive, Lockdown, Disrupt, Anomaly, Melt, Accelerant, and Repair. We have a number of new K-Drive mods available as well, all available through the Vent Kids Syndicate. These are Cold Arrival, Mad Stack, Quick Escape, Perfect Balance, Pop Top, and Pop and Vert. Now, as stated beforehand, we do have the ability to use the Arcwing weapons on foot. This is classified as the Atmosphere Arc Gun, and upon placing a Gravity Mag on your Arcwing weapon, it will turn into the newly dubbed Atmosphere Arc Gun. Now, as the Atmospheric Arc Gun, there has been a number of changes to the individual Arcwing weapons, only within the Atmospheric Arc Gun system, and they are as followed. So, Atmospheric Arc Guns now consume ammo, and they can be summoned in normal missions by the use of the Arc Weapon Deployer, which you earn after completing the 3rd stage of the Profit Taker bounty. Now, as Atmospheric Arc Guns, there are statistical changes that have occurred in this update as well. So, within this mode, the Imperator now deals 50 damage, the critical chance is 24%, status chance 12%, the magazine size 200, ammo capacity 400, and the reload speed is now 2 seconds. The Corvus is now a Mastery Rank 1 locked weapon, the damage has been increased to 40, the critical chance is now 40%, the critical damage is 2.6 times, and the status chance is 14%. The ammo capacity is also 50, the damage fall-off has also been reduced to 60 to 120, and the reload speed is 2 seconds. The Dual Decurion is now Mastery Rank 1 locked as well, the damage is 110, critical chance is 28%, critical damage is 2.2, status chance is 14%, ammo capacity 256, and reload speed is 1.4 seconds. The Floctus is Mastery Rank 2 locked, damage is 250, critical chance 22%, status chance 16%, ammo capacity 80, reload speed 2 seconds, and projectile width has been decreased to 10 meters. The Phaedra is Mastery Rank 3, damage is 56, critical chance 14%, status chance 30%, magazine size 240, ammo capacity 480, and reload speed is 2 seconds. The Cygnus has a damage of 120, critical chance 20%, critical damage multiplier 2.2, ammo capacity 240, and reload speed of 1.2. The Grattler is Mastery Rank 4 locked, with its damage being increased to 310, magazine size decreasing to 30, and the ammo capacity is now set at 90, and the reload speed is 2 seconds. Now the Velocitus is once again Mastery Rank 4 locked, the damage is reduced to 1200, critical chance is 30%, magazine size is 10, and ammo capacity is at 30, with the reload speed being 2 seconds. The Imperator Vandal is Mastery Rank 5 locked, the damage has been increased to 50, critical chance 28, critical multiplier 2.4, status chance 12%, ammo capacity 600, reload speed 2 seconds, and they've changed the fire rate, but apparently it acts just the same as before. There are now new Fortuna Soma Chord fragments available within the Orb Valis, and you can find them to get the Clockic, Null Unit, We All Live Together, Cold Tundra, Vapor Trails, and Cold Wave songs for your Soma Chord. We also have new lore fragments in the Orb Valis as well, and upon collecting them you'll be able to get some background on Utico, The Business, Smokefinger, Legs, Rudzu, Little Duck, and Ticker. The Biz now offers a Corpus Boot trophy for those that love collecting boots. Smokefinger now offers a Fortuna Captura scene, and Sumbat now offers a Cetus Captura scene as well. Syndicate wall stencils can now be purchased from the respected syndicates, and they have also added a bonus reward sound for the Valis and Cetus bounties, as well as adding a bounty stage complete sound. Also, in this update were changes to Nyx and Titania. These are now in the game, and for Nyx, her passive is now that she causes enemies to miss her more often, and this passive is disabled when using the 4th ability, Absorb. Now for Mind Control, it now has a 4-second wind-up at the start of casting the ability, which absorbs all incoming damage and increases the damage output of the Mind Control target. They have also improved the AI of the mind control target. Now mind control can now be cast while moving, and the cast time for mind control has also been decreased. Now for Psychic Bolts, it no longer deals any damage and is now a debuff. So for armored or shielded targets, it now temporarily disables the armor and the shields. However, for infested enemies, it will slow down the units or disable the Ancient's aura. And finally, for the Absorb ability, the damage type of the ability is based on the damage types the ability itself absorbs. For Titania, the energy capacity has been increased to 225 at maximum rank. However, for the Tribute ability, the energy cost has been decreased to 25, and you can now gain a Tribute buff just off a simple one cast. It no longer takes multiple casts to build up the Tribute buff. For the Tribute buffs themselves, Dust has been kept as it was. Thorns, however, has seen its damage reflection increase to 50%. Entangle was kept as it was, and Full Moon now provides a 75% damage buff to everyone, so your Sentinels, Mowers, Companions, and your Razor Wing Butterflies. The Lantern ability can now be cast up to 4 times at once, with new targets replacing the old, and the targets will gradually float back to their starting positions. You'll also have the ability to explode your targets by holding down the Lantern cast. For the Razor Wing ability, there was one change, and that was that they added a vacuum into the ability. Venus Ospreys also saw some changes, so the Venus Shield Ospreys that spawn Nullifier Bubbles can only spawn if the Orb Valus alert level is above 3, and if the enemy levels is 20+. They've also made it so the Valus alert level +2 enemies will only spawn Shield Ospreys that can't spawn Nullifying Bubbles. A single drone can only produce 2 Nullifying Bubbles, and the total active Nullifier Bubbles within an area cannot exceed 4 or 10 if you are in a larger squad. Now there were some base weapon changes made in this update as well, and they are as follows. The Tonkor has been changed to a fire on press weapon, and they've removed the grenade arc visual. The projectile will now explode on impact after traveling past 6 meters. If it impacts before the 6 meter range, it will be destroyed without exploding. They've updated the explosion effect and matched the radius to the damage, so 6 meters. The fire rate has been increased to 3.17. The radial damage has been increased to 650. The clip size reduced to 1. Ammo capacity is now 30, and there is a 50% damage fall-off that they have added as well. The reload speed was also decreased to 1.7 seconds. For the Staticore, the quick fire area of effect has returned to 2 meters. The charged fire projectile speed has been increased. The magazine size has been increased to 48. The ammo capacity is 288. The clip size will no longer affect charge time, as it is now set to 1 second, and the charged fire now deals self-damage. They also reduced the shockwave distortion effect. The Simulor weapon series also saw a number of changes overall. So first off, they've changed the weapon series from semi-automatic to automatic. They've added a small amount of recoil when firing. There are now proper accuracy stats. The Firestorm and Terminal Velocity mods can now be used on the weapon series. They've reduced the aim zoom to 1.6 times, and damage over time is now affected by damage mods. They also updated the overall effects. The base Simulor, however, saw its fire rate increase to 3, the ammo capacity to 72, and the clip size decreased to 8. The Cynoid Simulor, on the other hand, saw its fire rate increase to 3.33, the ammo capacity increased to 96, the clip size to 16, and the critical chance to 14%. The Occucore saw changes as they increased the lock angle of these sticky beams to 40 to 60, with the first number being the angle that it can obtain a lock at, and the second number being where the beam will lose its lock. They also increased the magazine size to 60, and they increased the ammo capacity to 300. The Batacore saw one change, which reduced the delay between using your primary fire after using your secondary fire, and the Zephyr Prime saw its aimed recoil reduced. Kit guns also saw a small number of changes. That being that they increase the recharge rate of Pax Charge when using it with all chambers apart from Catch Moon. Pax Saw now also reduces the effect of gravity when firing a kick gun. Pax Bolt's chance to activate has been increased to 100% at max rank. The Splat Loader reload speed has been increased to 1.9 seconds when using the Gaze Chamber. The Killstream Loader's status chance has been increased to 13% when using the Catch Moon Chamber, and the Tomb Finger Chamber's area of effect damage origin now matches the point of impact. Now, controllers on PC also got that fix that Steve was mentioning on a previous dev stream, so that's now in the game. You have a little bit of an improvement, and they also fixed Void Mode being stuck on sometimes due to an interaction with the power menu on controllers. The conservation system saw one change that I haven't mentioned yet, and a number of fixes. That change being that they increased the range of the Trank rifle pulsing sound to 180 meters. For the fixes, they were up on your screen during that little section as well. So the Dojo UI also got updated to UI 3.0, so the research screen now uses the UI 3.0 layout. Now with the research screens, on the right hand side it will list the requirements that you need to build, and hovering over any non-credit item will list where the item can be found. As for the changes in Update 24.2, K-Drive races now require and reward standing, so it's no longer just doing it for the shits and gigs. The Oxalis Scan Lifeform mod has been changed to scan aquatic lifeforms, as it now reveals the location of hotspots within its radius and applies luminous dye to fish areas within it. Now, blueprints for Warframes obtained from quests can no longer be sold for credits, which has been a long time coming. Operators can now use ciphers when hacking panels. They reduce the overall brightness of the simulacrum. All keyboard inputs can now cancel emotes, and you can now use a new emote from using a separate emote. So you can go from doing your Katir hands to doing some dance straight off the bat without having to use the Katir hands again to get out of it. Now, Arcane mods saw some changes as well. Automatic Trigger now provides a 60% fire rate buff, dual rounds 60% multi-shot, Rabido lined barrel 100% damage, parallax scope 100% critical chance, and hallowed bullets 80% critical damage. Arcane Arachne has now been changed to, upon wall latching for 2 seconds, you'll get a 100% weapon damage buff for 20 seconds. Calculated Redirection, Enhanced Vitality, and Metal Fiber are now companion mods, but they are incompatible with the Kubrau Link mods. The Mining Success effect now reflects the color of your chosen UI. They slightly increased the size of the visual effects of Nightwatch Napalm at its lowest rank. They have replaced the old Corpus Lockers with new ones. They made improvements towards the Moa Companion jogging animations. They improved the Calm Spark effect. Operator hoods will now appear open when previewing facial accessories to allow proper viewing of the face. Venus dropships are now affected by corrosive projection, magnetic, heat, and electricity status effects. Dropships will now loop through and check for the landing zone closest to the chosen encounter location. They've optimized some hitches during gameplay and the occasional drop frame during loading screens or navigating the UI. The flashlight brightness will now be darked when using a scanner. They updated the description of the puncture mods that convert damage to read consistently with the slash and impact versions. They updated the companion disarm animations to appear less humanoid. They updated Nova's wormhole ability name to read wormhole with a space in the middle. They reverted the classic control support for Garuda's Dread Mirror and Seeking Talons. They improved the animation of Harrow's Thurible while running. They reduced the required amount of enemy deaths for the Submersible Archwing Exterminate Sortie mission. They renamed the Arcwing mod category to Vehicles, and a successful K-Drive grind grab is now called Knuckle Duster. Anyway, fixes for this update are up on your screen. We had Hotfix 24.2.1. They added the Tributor into the Dojo decorations, so you can now place this down anywhere in your dojo. It looks exactly like what you're seeing on screen. They made one change, and that was the removal of the dissolve effect when equipping your atmospheric arc gun. As for the fixes that were in this hotfix, up on your screen. Hotfix 24.2 also brought Mesa Prime, the Redeemer Prime, and the Actugara Prime into the game, so you can now farm for the relics to get the items. Now you can of course purchase it straight from the Prime Access page on the Warframe website, getting a bit of platinum on top of it, as well as the Prime Accessories pack. This time around we do have 3 items in the Prime Accessories pack. This includes the Mesa Prime Monteza alternate helmet, which can only be acquired through the accessories pack, and it can only be placed on a Mesa Prime. We also have the Prime Operator accessories, and the Chola Prime Sugatra, and then, of course, the 90-day affinity and credit boosters. Now, I do not have a chart for these Prime items, but you can find out what relics drop these Prime items by going to the wiki, or by typing in Mesa Prime, Redeemer Prime, Actugara Prime into the Relics tab in your codex, and from there just click on the relic that you want to farm, and it will tell you what locations drop the relic. Now, due to that Prime Access going live, that means the Banshee Prime, Helios Prime, and the Euphona Prime are now in the Prime Vault. This means that you can no longer farm for the relics in-game, however you can still trade with other players for the relics or the parts needed to build those items. Now, due to those Prime items entering the Prime Vault, this means that the new Loka and Red Veil sacrifices have been replaced with the Hydroid Prime systems. Also in this hotfix were changes to chat moderation. They also made a full outline post of these changes in the Warframe forums, all of which are linked in the description down below. Now the first change was that purple text can no longer be used by chat moderators to avoid confusion. The second of which was there is now a code of conduct for chat moderation, and there is also an outline of the chat moderation responsibilities. However, my issue with this, sorry for the tangent, is that we had a post by Clesis in response to a question. Clesis is a community moderator, and we have this response. Future actions will only be taken into account. It wouldn't make sense to retroactively punish people for breaking rules that were just created. Now, if anyone has been following this besides me, you would know that response is a load of shit. Some of the crap that these moderators have gotten away with, just because they're friends with DE or whatever you want to claim, their use of chat moderation has been completely abusive, and the fact that they are still moderators now is a load of... Now, in this post by DE Bear about the chat moderation team, we had this one sentence which I found hilarious as well. So, to clarify further, we understand our fault in this by allowing some leeway on aliases, because we knew they were satirical in nature. However, that does not translate well into the community. Either way, this whole chat moderation post is bullshit. I felt like going a bit of a deep dive into the chat moderation post because I found some of the responses to be utter bullshit and completely sweeping the whole issue under the rug, and from what I've seen, no one has really given a shit about the chat moderation since the official Part 1 statement, even though the offending parties are still involved in chat moderation in Warframe. Anyway, back onto the hotfix. Hotfix 24.2.2, because that's why we're here. So first off, they increased the drop chance of a certain cosmetic dropped by the Prophet Taker. The Prophet Taker now only requires 3 codex scans to complete the codex entry. They have excluded the Prophet Taker from being spawnable in the simulacrum. You can now equip the Fulmination mod on the static core. They've updated the mixed mind control plus psychic bolt and Titania's lantern ability descriptions to better reflect their recent changes. They have improved numerous ability effects for the Prophet Taker, improved the static core and simulaw effects, and the Moa companion vocals are now muted while in the arsenal. Fixes for all that were up on your screen. Now, due to Mesa Prime being introduced into the game, and her having a completely separate model to her base variant, there was issues with using the Prime toggle, specifically with TennoGen items. So they have removed this temporarily from the Mesa Prime, and it will be coming back in the future. For more information about the removal of it, and a breakdown of basically what happened, you can find that on the screen or in the description down below. Following up in the hotfixes, we had hotfix 24.2.3. For the Prophet Taker changes, they replaced the Prophet Taker Phase 4 Vaulted Relic reward with a Mesa Prime relic. They increased the reward chance of the Gyromag, Atmo, and Repeller systems from the Prophet Taker bounties. Operators can now switch the Prophet Taker's shield type, regardless of the damage type of the equipped amp. They have lowered the spawn chances and maximum simultaneous counts of Nullifier Shield Ospreys and the Fluctus carrying Terramaker during the Prophet Taker and fight, and they made tweaks towards Yuko's Prophet Taker bounty transmissions. There were a few fixes in there as well. Now for the changes, the Bloodshed Sigil will show up in relays and the Lisette, provided you have returned from a mission where you took the acquired damage, and they have also decreased the time it takes to appear by 20%. Now they did change the hit effect sound for the Corpus Exard Scaffold. They've removed the Prime toggle from the Mesa Prime and her TennoGen skins, as I stated beforehand in that forum post, and they made tweaks towards the Fluid Mechanics Orb Valis ambient music track. For the fixes in this hotfix, up on your screen. To follow that up, we had hotfix 24.2.4. The first addition was that the Fluid Mechanics ambient music track has been added into the Soma chord in the Orb Valis. The Prophet Taker additions and changes, first of which they have added waypoints to the spawn pylons and to the Charisma Toroid when it's dropped. You can now skip the Prophet Taker bounty cutscenes. I know when the update launched, you had to rewatch all the cutscenes each time you did it. They have removed the knockdown from the Prophet Taker's lightning attack. The Fluctus carrying Terramanca now has a guaranteed heavy weapon ammo drop when you kill it, and their spawn rates have also been increased to allow for 3 of them to spawn simultaneously at the max alert level. And sound tweaks were made towards the Prophet Taker. For the atmospheric arc gun changes, the arc gun ammo pool increased by 2 times for all the arc weapons in the atmospheric mode. The arc gun deployer cooldown has been reduced to 5 minutes instead of 10, and they fixed a number of issues as well. For the base game changes, the Solar, Calder, and Vegatorid drops are now affected by a resource drop chance booster. They removed the self-damage from the Staticor's charged shot, and they updated the Martial Fury mod description to use attack speed instead of fire rate. Fixes for hotfix 24.2.4 are up on your screen. We have 2 more, and we have hotfix 24.2.5. The first addition was that the Gravamag can now be purchased in the in-game market for 20 platinum. For the Prophet Taker additions and changes, the following items can now be dropped from the Prophet Taker upon killing it: a chance for the Prophet Taker Articular, and then you have a guaranteed drop of 3 medical debt bonds, 2 advanced debt bonds, and 1 familiar debt bond. And then there is a guaranteed drop of 125,000 credits. The Prophet Taker is also no longer affected by the Shield Disruption Aura mod. For the Arc Gun changes, they changed the Arc Gun deployer cooldown timer to scale based on the remaining atmospheric Arc Gun ammo pool upon unequipping the weapon. They improved the Grattler's ammo capacity to 210 in the atmospheric Arc Gun mode, and they removed the unintentional ability to summon the Arc Gun in melee-only sorties. For the conservation changes, Ibarra's Sleep Arrow now grants a perfect capture if the shot is a direct hit. The farther away the animal is from the shot, the animal will get more distressed. Now, animals will be less stressed the closer you are to them when casting Baruch's Lull ability, and they reduce the Pheromone Synthesizer's standing cost from 1,000 to 100, with 500 being the maximum, depending on the animals. For the other changes, the Bloodshed Sigil now remains visible when exiting Cetus or Fortuna, or your arsenal if you have taken damage. Deadly Efficiency's duration can now be refreshed if it is already active, and they have restored the option to purchase 1 Former for a pack of 3 Former when you don't have any in your inventory and you want to polarize a slot. Finally, we have hotfix 24.2.6. We had a number of Prophet Taker fixes, the Arc Gun changes and fixes as well, with one change, and that was that Shared Affinity gain now applies to the atmospheric Arc Guns, but only when equipped in your main hand. And as for the changes, the Corpus lockers that can be opened are now identified by a small little holographic that shoots out in front of them. They updated all Arcane descriptions to not be in all caps, and they updated Riven mods to have proper names for Zor and Kit guns instead of using melee and pistol in their names. For the fixes in this hotfix, they're up on your screen.